Story 1. My stepmother and my father demanded that I give them the house I inherited from my late mother. So I kicked them out. Sometimes I wonder if people can feel when something is about to change forever. 8 years ago when Mom died, I was only 18 years old and the world collapsed on me. Dad was devastated and I tried to be strong for both of us. The house she loved so much, where she painted her pictures in the living room and tended to the garden with such care, suddenly felt too empty. Mom had left the property to me in her will, a decision that seemed strange to me at the time, but which she explained as a gesture of love and protection. "One day you'll understand, my daughter," she said in her final days. And today, at 26 years old, I understand perfectly. 3 years after Mom's death, Dad met Sandra. She was different from Mom in every way. Where Mom was gentle and quiet, Sandra was assertive and spoke loudly. She had 2 daughters, Jessica, aged 19, and Amanda, aged 16. And Dad seemed genuinely happy again. I wanted him to be happy, so I opened my heart and my house to them. At first, Sandra was even affectionate with me. She said I was like a daughter to her, that we would finally have a complete family. Her daughters were shy but polite. Jessica was studying business administration, and Amanda was still in high school. We seemed like a normal family, having dinner together, watching movies on weekends. But things began to change subtly. First came small comments. "This house is too big for one person," or "Your mother had very peculiar tastes." Then came suggestions for changes. "How about we renovate the kitchen? It's so outdated." Always speaking in the plural as if it were a collective decision. I worked as an administrative assistant at an accounting firm, earning enough to support myself, but not enough for major renovations. Sandra, on the other hand, had her own craft business that seemed to do well. She began paying for small repairs and improvements to the house, always saying it was our contribution to the home. The first time I was really bothered was when I came home from work and found the living room furniture rearranged. "It looks much better this way, don't you think?" Sandra asked as if it were obvious. Mom's sofa, where she used to read, was turned toward the wall. I didn't say anything that day, but I felt something contract in my chest. Dad seemed not to notice the changes, or perhaps chose not to see them. He was working a lot, trying to retire early, and when he came home he just wanted peace. "Women handle these things better than I do," he would say, shrugging. Then came the issue of Mom's room. I kept everything as she had left it. Her jewelry on the dresser, books on the bedside table, unfinished paintings on the easel. It was my sanctuary, the place where I could still feel her presence. Sandra began to hint that it was morbid to keep everything like that. "You need to move on, dear," she would say with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Your mother wouldn't want to see you stuck in the past." But I wasn't stuck in the past. I was honoring the memory of the woman who raised me, who taught me that our house was more than brick and cement. It was where we kept our dreams and memories. Sandra didn't understand this, or perhaps understood it all too well. Things escalated when she began using Mom's studio for her craft projects. She came home one day with boxes of materials and began installing her things. "This space was being wasted," she explained when I protested. "Your mother would like it to be used for something productive." I felt anger for the first time since she had arrived. How did she know what Mom would like? How dare she speak on behalf of a woman she had never met? But when I tried to talk to Dad, he said Sandra was being practical and that I should be grateful for her taking care of the house. Grateful. The word echoed in my mind for days. Grateful for someone taking over my own inheritance. Grateful for having my spaces invaded, my memories questioned, my authority subtly challenged every day. That's when I realized Sandra wasn't just settling into our house. She was establishing herself as the new owner, and I was being gradually relegated to the role of tenant in my own property. Her smile when she rearranged my belongings, the way she talked about our decisions, how she treated each room as if it were hers by right. That night, lying in my bed, looking at the ceiling that should one day be mine by right and now seemed to be slipping from my hands, I made a decision. I wasn't going to let this happen. Mom had left me this house for a reason, and I was going to figure out how to protect what was mine. I had no idea I was just at the beginning of a battle that would test not only my determination, but reveal the true character of the people around me. Some surprises would be painful. Others would give me strength I didn't even know I possessed. The control Sandra thought she had over my house and my life was about to be challenged, and I was ready to fight. In the following months, Sandra's behavior became increasingly bold. She began imposing rules as if she were really the owner of the house. "I don't want any more visits after 9 at night," she announced during dinner, looking directly at me. "This is a family home, not a hotel." My best friend, Carol, had just arrived from work and wanted to talk about a personal problem. It was only 8:30, but Sandra made a point of appearing in the living room with a disapproving expression. "I think it's getting late, isn't it?" she said, crossing her arms. Carol looked at me confused, and I felt my face burn with shame. "It's okay," I said quietly. "We'll talk tomorrow." After Carol left, Sandra smiled at me. "You understand, right? We need to keep the house organized and respectable. Your friends are welcome, but within appropriate hours." Appropriate hours. In my own house, the situation worsened when she began messing with my personal belongings. I had a bookshelf with books and objects of sentimental value in my room. One day, I came home from work and found everything reorganized. "It was a mess," she explained casually. "I cleaned it up for you." Among the objects was a small vase that Mom made in a pottery class. It wasn't beautiful. It had imperfections, but she was so proud when she brought it home. "My first work of art," she joked. Sandra had placed it at the back of the shelf, almost hidden. "That little vase was taking up too much space in front," she said when I questioned her. "I put it in a more appropriate place." Appropriate for whom? For her? Who decided what was worthy of prominence in my own house? But what bothered me most were the cameras. Sandra installed a security system to protect the family, as she said. Cameras at the entrance, in the living room, in the kitchen. She showed the images on her phone, being able to see everything that happened even when she wasn't home. "Technology is incredible nowadays," she commented, showing Dad how she could monitor everything remotely. "Now I can be sure everything is okay, even when I'm working." I felt watched all the time. I could no longer relax in my own living room. Couldn't have friends over without feeling like I was being surveilled. The house that used to be my refuge became a high-tech prison. Jessica and Amanda seemed uncomfortable with their mother's behavior, but rarely spoke up. Sometimes I caught Jessica looking at me with a strange expression, as if she wanted to say something, but she always quickly looked away. Amanda, the youngest, even commented once, "My mom is sometimes very intense." But when Sandra appeared, the conversation was immediately interrupted. The last straw came when Sandra decided that Mom's garden needed to be modernized. Mom had planted roses, lavender, and a small herb garden. It was simple, but she cared for each little plant with so much love. "These plants are too disorganized," Sandra declared one Saturday morning. "I'm going to hire a landscaper to do something more presentable." "No," I said firmly. "The garden stays as it is." Sandra looked at me with surprise. It was the first time I had confronted her directly. "Dear, you don't understand gardening," she said with that condescending tone I was learning to hate. "I have experience with these things. I'll make something beautiful. You'll see." I said no, I repeated, feeling my voice tremble. "That garden was planted by my mother. Don't touch it." Sandra was silent for a moment, then smiled. But it wasn't a kind smile. It was the smile of someone who had just accepted a challenge. "Of course, dear," she said softly. "We'll talk about this later." But I knew that for her, the conversation was already over. She was just deciding what her next move would be. That night, I heard Sandra talking to Dad in their room. The walls were thin, and although I couldn't hear everything, I caught some words: ungrateful, difficult, doesn't respect the family. Dad murmured something back, but I couldn't understand what it was. The next morning, he approached me before I left for work. "Daughter, Sandra is just trying to help," he said, avoiding my gaze. "She cares about you, about all of us." Maybe you could be a little more flexible. Flexible. Another word that began to bother me deeply. Dad, this is my house? I said, surprising myself with the firmness in my voice. Mom left me this house. I don't need to be flexible about things that are important to me. He sighed, suddenly looking older. Your mother would also want us to be a happy family. Sometimes compromises are necessary. Compromises, flexibility, pretty words to disguise the fact that I was being pressured to give up everything that was mine, everything that was important to me, to keep peace with a woman who seemed determined to erase any trace of my mother from this house. As I drove to work, one question hammered in my mind. How far was Sandra willing to go to get what she wanted? And more importantly, how far was I willing to go to protect what was mine? The answer to the first question came sooner than I expected. And when it came, it changed everything. The day that changed everything started like any other. It was a rainy Tuesday in October, and I was coming home from work early because I had canceled some meetings. I opened the front door and found the house strangely quiet. Normally, Sandra would be in the studio, Mom's former room, working on her projects, but I didn't hear any noise. I went upstairs to change clothes and, passing through the hallway, I noticed that the door to Mom's room was open. Not Sandra's makeshift studio, but the actual room where I kept my mother's most precious things. My heart raced. I ran there and found Sandra standing in the middle of the room with several cardboard boxes scattered on the floor. She was holding Mom's jewelry, including the engagement ring that Dad had given her. A delicate piece with a small but beautiful emerald. What are you doing? I asked, my voice coming out louder than I intended. Sandra turned calmly, as if she wasn't doing anything wrong. Oh, you're here. Good. I was organizing these old things. I thought it was time for you to get rid of them. Get rid of them? I repeated, incredulous. These are my mother's things. Exactly, she said, putting the ring in one of the boxes. Old things that are just collecting dust. It's not good for you to keep clinging to the past like this. I looked around the room and felt my world collapse. Mom's paintings, those she made on Sunday afternoons, simple portraits but full of love, were stacked in a box marked donation. The diaries she wrote, where she noted recipes, thoughts, and little verses, were in another box. You can't do this, I said, approaching the boxes. These things are mine. Dear, you need to understand that keeping all this isn't healthy. Sandra continued with that tone of someone who believes they're doing a favor. Your mother wouldn't want to see you living in the past. She would want you to move forward, build new bonds, new memories. I picked up one of Mom's diaries and pressed it against my chest. You didn't know my mother. Don't talk as if you knew what she would want. I know what any mother would want for her daughter, Sandra replied, crossing her arms. And it's not to be trapped in a museum of sad memories. Sad memories? She had just called the only things left of my mother sad memories. Get out of here, I said, feeling a fury I had never experienced before. Get out of this room now. I'm not leaving, Sandra responded, raising her voice for the first time. Someone needs to help you grow up. Your father is worried about you. You know, he thinks you're too attached to these things. My father said that? I asked, feeling physical pain in my chest. He worries because you can't form new emotional bonds, Sandra continued, now with a softer, more manipulative tone. How are you going to find someone, get married, have children if you live glued to ghosts from the past? I looked at her, really looked, and saw something that made me freeze. In her eyes, there was no compassion or genuine concern. There was satisfaction. She was enjoying seeing me suffer. These things aren't going anywhere, I said, starting to take items out of the boxes. And you're not coming back into this room. Oh, I'm not, Sandra laughed. Daughter, you forget that this house is as much mine as yours. I live here, take care of here, pay bills here. I have as much right as you do, right? As much right as me in the house my mother left me. This house is mine, I said, my voice trembling with anger. My mother left me this house. It's in the will. Wills can be contested, Sandra said casually, as if she were talking about the weather. especially when the person who inherited doesn't have the conditions to maintain the property adequately. The threat was clear. She wasn't just invading my space, messing with my things, disrespecting my mother. She was planning to take my house. "You need to get out of here," I repeated. But my voice came out weaker this time. "No," Sandra said simply. "And you know why? Because your father is on my side. He knows I'm right. He knows you need to grow up." At that moment, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Dad appeared in the doorway, looking uncomfortable. "What's happening here?" he asked, looking at the boxes on the floor. "I was helping your daughter organize these old things," Sandra said instantly, changing to a sweet tone. "But she's being difficult." Dad looked at me, then at Sandra, then at the messy room. "Daughter, maybe it really is time to put away some of these things. It doesn't have to be all at once." But what?" I asked, feeling tears burn my eyes. "Dad, these are Mom's things. They're all that's left of her." "Your mother isn't in these things," he said softly. She touched his chest. "She's here." He touched his forehead. "And here. These are just objects. Just objects. The jewelry she wore, the paintings she made, the diaries where she wrote her hopes and fears. Just objects to the man who once promised to love her forever." "Get out," I said, my voice coming out strangely calm. "Both of you get out of this room." "Daughter," Dad began. "Get out," I screamed, surprising even myself. They left, but I could hear Sandra whispering something to Dad in the hallway. I could hear him murmuring back, and I could hear their footsteps moving away, leaving me alone with the scattered boxes and the painful realization that I was fighting this battle completely alone. I sat on the floor of Mom's room and cried like I hadn't cried since her funeral. But in the middle of the tears, an iron determination began to form in my chest. Sandra had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. She had touched sacred things, irreplaceable memories, the essence of what remained of the woman who raised me. And for that, she was going to pay. But first, I needed help. I needed someone who understood laws, rights, how to protect what was mine. I needed a lawyer. The next morning, I woke up with swollen eyes and a determination I hadn't felt in years. I had spent the entire night reorganizing Mom's things, putting each precious item back in its place. But more importantly, I had spent hours researching lawyers specializing in real estate law and successions. I chose the office Miranda and Associates, which had good online reviews and was located downtown. I called as soon as they opened and got an appointment for that same afternoon. At work, I could barely concentrate. My boss, Mrs. Elena, noticed I was different. "Are you okay, dear? You seem tense today." "Just some personal problems," I replied, trying to focus on the spreadsheet in front of me. "If you need to leave early, no problem," she offered. Mrs. Elena had always been understanding, one of the few people who really cared about me. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was sitting in the law office waiting room, nervous and still not entirely sure what to say. When the secretary called me, I was led to a room where a woman of about 45 years was waiting for me. "I'm Dr. Miranda," she said, extending her hand. "Pleased to meet you. On the phone, you mentioned inheritance issues." "Yes," I replied, sitting in the chair across from her. "My mother passed away 8 years ago and left me our house. But now the situation is complicated." I told her the whole story, from Sandra's arrival in our family to the events of the previous day. Dr. Miranda asked several questions, taking careful notes. "Did you bring the will?" she asked. "Yes," I said, handing over the copy I had kept all these years. "Here it is." She examined the document carefully. "Everything is in order. Your mother left the property entirely to you, with usufruct for your father while he lives. This means the house is yours, but your father has the right to live in it. And Sandra has no rights over the property." Dr. Miranda said firmly, "She is just the wife of someone who has usufruct. That doesn't give her any rights over the property." I felt immense relief. "So she can't contest the will?" "She can try, but it would be an unfounded action. She's not a necessary heir, didn't contribute to acquiring the property, and there's nothing in the will that gives her rights." Dr. Miranda leaned back in her chair. Actually, you have the right to determine who can or cannot live in your property, while respecting your father's usufruct. We can notify her and her daughters to leave the property. Your father can stay, but the other people need your authorization to live there. My heart raced. There was a way out. There was a legal way to get my house back. How does this process work? I asked. First, we issue an extrajudicial notification giving a deadline, usually 15 days, for her to vacate voluntarily. If she doesn't leave, we can file a repossession action. And if she tries to make it difficult, she can try, but the law is on your side. You have the property title, the will is valid, and she's irregularly occupying the property. Dr. Miranda explained the costs and deadlines. It wasn't cheap, but I had saved some money over the years, and I felt it was worth every penny to get my peace back. There's one more thing, she said. You mentioned she made improvements to the house. This can be used as an argument by her, but it actually works in your favor. How so? Improvements made by someone who irregularly occupies the property generally don't give the right to compensation. Besides, if she spent money on renovations without your authorization, this can be considered damage to the patrimony. I felt I finally had a weapon in my fight. Let's go ahead, I said. I want her out of my house. Very well. I'll prepare the notification today. You can pick it up tomorrow and then just deliver it to her. I left the office with a sense of power I hadn't experienced in a long time. For the first time in months, I felt I had control over my own life. The way home had never seemed so liberating. Every corner I passed, every traffic light where I stopped, brought me closer to the moment when Sandra would discover that she had completely underestimated the naive girl she thought she could manipulate. When I got home, I found the house empty. There was a note from Dad in the kitchen. We went to the mall. Back for dinner. Perfect. I went up to Mom's room and sat in the armchair where she used to read. I closed my eyes and, for the first time in months, I felt her presence clearly. Mom, I whispered. You were right to leave me this house. I'm going to protect it. I promise. When I opened my eyes, my gaze fell on one of Mom's paintings that Sandra had almost donated. It was a simple self-portrait, but the painted eyes seemed to look at me with pride. At that moment, I knew I wasn't fighting alone. I had my mother with me, and now I had the law on my side. Sandra had made her last move yesterday, even without knowing it. Now it was my turn. The next morning, I picked up the notification at Dr. Miranda's office. The document was formal and clear. Sandra, Helena, and her minor daughters, Jessica and Amanda, had 15 days to voluntarily vacate the property located at 247 Flora Street. The deadline would begin counting from the date of receipt of the notification. Remember, Dr. Miranda instructed me, deliver it personally to her and ask her to sign the receipt. If she refuses, you can leave it in the presence of witnesses. I returned home in the late afternoon. Sandra was in the kitchen preparing dinner, humming softly as if nothing had happened the day before. Dad was in the living room watching the news, and the girls were in their rooms. Sandra, I said, my voice firm, I need to talk to you. She turned around, drying her hands on the dish towel. Of course, dear. About yesterday. I hope you thought about what we discussed. I did think about it, I replied, taking the envelope from my purse. And that's why I'm giving you this. Sandra took the envelope curiously. As she read, her expression changed completely from usual arrogance to confusion, then to anger. What is this? She asked, her voice losing all the false sweetness. It's a legal notification, I replied calmly. You have 15 days to leave my house. Your house? Sandra laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. I've lived here for 5 years. I pay bills, take care of the house, made improvements. You think you can simply kick me out? I don't think. I know I can, I said, maintaining a firm tone. This house is mine by inheritance right. You can check at the registry office if you want. Dad appeared in the kitchen doorway, attracted by the discussion. What's happening here? Your daughter has gone crazy, Sandra said, waving the paper. She thinks she can kick me out of my own house. It's not your house, I corrected. It never was. And Dad can stay, obviously. The notification is only for you and your daughters. Dad took the paper and read quickly. His face paled. Daughter, what is this? It's what I should have done a long time ago, I replied. Mom left me this house. You 2-inch, I looked at Sandra. We'll respect that or leave. You can't do this, Sandra said, her voice rising. We're a family. You can't separate a family. I didn't separate any family, I replied. You chose to disrespect my mother, invade my space, mess with my things. You forgot that this house has an owner. Jessica and Amanda appeared in the kitchen, attracted by the discussion. Sandra turned to them dramatically. Girls, did you hear? She wants to kick us out of our house. It's not our house, Mom, Jessica said quietly. We always knew the house was hers. Sandra looked at her older daughter as if she had been slapped. How can you say that? We built a home here. We did build one, Amanda said, surprising everyone. On top of her pain, Mom, you messed with her mother's things yesterday. That wasn't right. I was helping, Sandra shouted. She needs to get over this sick obsession. The sick obsession is yours, I said, finally losing my patience. Your obsession with controlling everything, with owning what isn't yours, with erasing any trace of my mother from this house. Dad still held the paper, looking lost. Daughter, can't we talk about this? Find a solution that works for everyone. I tried to talk for 5 years, I replied, looking directly at him. I tried to be flexible, tried to make compromises. But yesterday she crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. What line? Dad asked. She tried to throw away Mom's things, I said, my voice trembling. The jewelry, the paintings, the diaries, everything that was left of her. The silence that followed was heavy. Dad looked at Sandra with an expression I couldn't decipher. Sandra, he said quietly. I was trying to help. Sandra defended herself, but her voice lost conviction. She can't live in the past forever. Those things weren't yours to decide, Dad said. And for the first time in years, I heard firmness in his voice when addressing Sandra. So, you're on her side? Sandra asked, incredulous. After everything I've done for this family? I'm on the side of what's right, Dad replied. And messing with Maria's things, that wasn't right. Sandra looked around the kitchen like a cornered animal. Very well, she said finally. Very well. You want me to leave? I'll leave, but not alone. She turned to Dad. You come with me or stay with your ungrateful daughter. The silence that followed seemed to last an eternity. Dad looked at me, then at Sandra, then at the girls who watched everything in silence. Sandra, he began. It's a simple question, she interrupted him. Is your family her or us? It was an ultimatum. Sandra was forcing Dad to choose between his blood and the new family he had built. And in her expression, I saw she was sure what his choice would be. It's not about choosing family, Dad said slowly. It's about doing what's right. And what's right is for you, Sandra insisted. Dad looked at me for a long moment. I saw in that look years of guilt, attempts to please everyone, avoiding conflicts. But I also saw something that surprised me, regret. What's right, he said finally, is to recognize that this house belongs to my daughter, and that I shouldn't have let things get to this point. Sandra went pale. You're choosing her. I'm choosing the truth, Dad replied. And the truth is that this house is hers. It always was. For a moment, I thought Sandra was going to explode, but then she did something that surprised me. She smiled. It was a cold, calculating smile. Very well, she said calmly. Very well. But you don't know who you're messing with. She picked up the notification from the table and tore it in half. 15 days. We'll see about that. Before anyone could respond, Sandra left the kitchen, stomping hard. We heard the bedroom door slam forcefully. Jessica approached me. I'm sorry, she said quietly. My mom sometimes. She doesn't know when to stop. We'll leave, Amanda added. We don't want to cause more problems. You didn't cause any problems, I said, feeling unexpected tenderness for both of them. You were always respectful to me. Dad was still standing in the middle of the kitchen, holding the pieces of the torn notification. Daughter, he said, I'm sorry for everything. I know, Dad, I replied, and somehow I really knew. That night, the house was strangely quiet. Sandra didn't come down for dinner, and the girls ate quickly before retreating to their rooms. Dad and I had dinner in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. Before sleeping, I called Dr. Miranda and told her what had happened. She tore the notification? The lawyer asked. That doesn't invalidate the document. Actually, it can be considered contempt. I'll prepare a second copy, and this time we'll file it with a court officer. She said we don't know who we're messing with. I told her that worries me. Don't worry, Dr. Miranda reassured me. People who make that kind of threat are usually desperate. The law is on our side. But even so, as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that Sandra wasn't going to give up so easily. The cold smile she'd given before leaving the kitchen haunted me. She was planning something, and I had the impression that the next 15 days would be the most difficult of my life. The 15-day deadline turned into the most tense period I had ever lived through. Sandra completely changed her strategy. Instead of direct confrontations, she adopted a silent and relentless psychological warfare. First, she began working on Dad. I heard them talking quietly in their room until late hours. During the day, she bombarded him with arguments about family, loyalty, and ingratitude. After everything I've done for this house, for you, for her, she repeated like a mantra. Dad became visibly thinner during those 2 weeks. He looked at me with an expression of constant pain, as if he were being forced to choose between saving 2 people in a shipwreck. Daughter, he told me one morning, are you sure there's no other way? Sandra is. She's really bad about all this. Dad, she tried to throw away Mom's things. I reminded him. How do you expect me to forget that? He sighed deeply. I know. It's just that 5 years together. She feels part of the family. She can continue being part of the family, I said, just not living in my house. But Sandra wasn't just working on Dad. She began spreading her version of the story to anyone who would listen. Neighbors, coworkers, even the supermarket clerk where we shopped. It's so sad. I heard her telling Mrs. Rosa, our elderly neighbor, the girl can't accept that her father rebuilt his life. She wants to kick me out of the house where I built my family. Mrs. Rosa looked at me with a disapproving expression when we crossed paths on the street. Daughter, she said, family is sacred. You don't break up a family over material issues. Material issues? As if the house my mother left me was just a material issue. Sandra's campaign was so effective that I began receiving strange looks at the supermarket, whispered comments at the bakery. She had managed to paint the situation as if I were a cruel daughter, expelling a mother from her home out of pure greed. But the worst was yet to come. On the 10th day of the deadline, I came home from work and found Dad in the living room with a somber expression. Daughter, we need to talk, he said. What happened? Sandra? She has a proposal. My stomach contracted. What kind of proposal? She wants to buy your part of the house. I laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. Buy my part? Dad, the house is entirely mine. There's no part to sell. She knows that, Dad said quickly. Lakini, she's willing to pay a fair value for the entire property. You could buy a smaller apartment, have your independence, and let Sandra keep Mom's house. It's just a house, daughter. Your mother isn't in the walls. I looked at Dad, really looked, and saw a man I didn't recognize. The man who had loved my mother, who had cried at her funeral, who had promised to always protect her memory, was suggesting that I sell her house to the woman who had tried to erase all traces of her. How much? I asked, curious to know how far Sandra's audacity went. 200,000, Dad said, avoiding my gaze. The house was worth at least 400,000, and Sandra knew it. It was an insulting offer, clearly made to provoke me. And if I refuse? Dad hesitated. Sandra said that she can contest the will in court, that she made significant improvements to the house, that she contributed to its maintenance. She thinks she has rights. So that was it. The threat was finally on the table. Sandra wanted to buy the house for half the price, or else she would drag me into a legal battle that could last years. And you? I asked. What do you think I should do? I think. Dad stopped, took a deep breath. I think it would be easier for everyone if you accepted the offer. Easier for everyone. Code 4. Easier for me who doesn't want to deal with conflict. Dad, I said calmly, do you remember what Mom said before she died about why she was leaving the house to me? He didn't answer. She said I would need protection. That not everyone who says they love us really loves us. That I would need to have something that was only mine. That no one could take from me. Your mother was sick, Dad murmured. Sometimes she said things. She wasn't delirious, Dad. She was right. And you know it. At that moment, Sandra appeared in the living room doorway. She was smiling, but it was that frozen smile I had learned to fear. So, she asked, did you think about my offer? I did think about it, I replied, standing up. And the answer is no. Sandra's smile failed for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Are you sure? It's a generous offer. Generous would be you leaving my house without me having to call the police. Oh, dear, Sandra said, her tone becoming dangerously sweet. Do you really think it's that simple? Yes, I replied. Very simple. Sandra looked at Dad, then back at me. We'll see, she said. We'll see indeed. The next day, when I came home from work, I found a court officer waiting for me at the door. He was delivering a court summons. Sandra had filed a reivindicatory action, claiming rights to half of the property. The war had officially begun, and for the first time since all this started, I felt afraid. But I also felt something else. An iron determination not to let Sandra destroy the last thing my mother had left me. She wanted a battle. Then she would have a battle. The court summons caught me completely off guard. Even knowing Sandra had threatened to contest the will, part of me still hoped she would give up when she realized I wasn't going to yield. I immediately called Dr. Miranda. Can they do this? Does she really have any chance of winning? Calm down, the lawyer reassured me. I read the initial petition you sent me. The arguments are weak. Basically, she claims common law marriage with your father and improvements made to the property. But common law marriage doesn't give automatic rights over previous private assets. And the improvements were made without the owner's authorization. But how long will it take to resolve? It could take 6 months to 2 years, depending on the jurisdiction. But we'll file a robust defense and request a preliminary injunction to guarantee your possession. 2 years. Sandra could stay in my house for 2 more years while justice decided on something that should be obvious. The house was mine. When I got home that night, the atmosphere was different. Sandra was no longer tense or aggressive. On the contrary, she seemed relaxed, almost triumphant. She hummed in the kitchen while preparing dinner, as if she hadn't just sued her stepdaughter. Hi, dear, she said when she saw me. How was work? The forced normality of the situation was more disturbing than any confrontation. It was as if she knew something I didn't know. Dad was in the living room, but avoided my gaze when I entered. Jessica was studying at the kitchen table and gave me a sad, embarrassed smile. Hi, she said quietly. Are you okay? I am, I replied, gently touching her shoulder. And you? I didn't know my mom was going to do this, she whispered, looking around to make sure Sandra wasn't listening. It's not your responsibility, I reassured her. You're not to blame for your mother's choices. During dinner, Sandra was strangely communicative. She talked about her work, made plans for the weekend, even asked about my day as if nothing had happened. Oh, and dear, she said casually while serving dessert. A friend of mine is coming to dinner tomorrow. Hope you'll like her. The name was familiar, but I couldn't place where from. Hope. Yes, she's a real estate broker. A very smart, successful woman. I always say you could learn some things from her. Real estate broker. My stomach tightened. Sandra was planning something. That night, I did an online search about Hope. I found her professional website and was surprised. She wasn't just an ordinary broker. She specialized in high-value properties and had an impressive sales record. But what caught my attention most was a section of the website dedicated to real estate dispute consulting. Hope also worked as an expert in judicial evaluations and a consultant in contested property cases. Sandra wasn't just bringing a friend to dinner. She was bringing ammunition for her legal war. The next day, I left work early, determined to be present during dinner. When I arrived, Hope was already there. She was a woman of about 50 years, well-dressed, with an air of authority that filled the room. "You must be the famous stepdaughter," she said when we were introduced, shaking my hand firmly. "Sandra has told me a lot about you." "I imagine so," I replied, maintaining a polite smile. During dinner, Hope dominated the conversation. She talked about the real estate market, about properties she had sold, about interesting legal cases she had followed. "It's incredible how people get attached to properties," she commented, cutting the fish with surgical precision. "Sometimes for purely emotional reasons, without considering practical realities." "And what would those practical realities be?" I asked. "Well, a house like this, for example," she gestured around, "requires constant maintenance, high taxes, responsibilities that not always a young person is prepared to assume." "Young people can learn," I countered. Of course," Hope agreed with a condescending smile. "But sometimes it's wiser to let people with more experience assume those responsibilities." The conversation continued in this tone throughout the meal. Hope made apparently innocent comments about the costs of maintaining a large property, about young people who went into debt trying to maintain houses beyond their means, about the wisdom of accepting fair offers when they appeared. It was sophisticated psychological torture disguised as polite conversation. After dinner, when Hope was preparing to leave, she approached me. "Can I give you some advice?" she said, lowering her voice from woman to woman. "Sure," I replied, curious to see how far she would go. "Sometimes fighting for what we think is ours can cost more than it's worth. Legal processes are expensive, time-consuming, exhausting, and they don't always end as we expect." "Thank you for the advice," I said. "But some things are worth fighting for." Hope smiled. "Sandra told me you were determined. I hope your determination is based on reality, not illusions." After she left, Sandra approached me in the kitchen. "Did you like Hope?" "Interesting," I replied neutrally. "She knows a lot about properties, about rights. If you want, I can ask her to take a look at your situation. Maybe she can help you better understand your options." It was an invitation for me to allow Sandra's own expert to evaluate my situation. A bold but transparent move. "Thank you. But I already have a lawyer," I said. Of course. I just wanted to help." But I knew that helping was the last thing Sandra wanted to do. Hope's presence had been a show of force, a way to show me that Sandra had resources and contacts that I didn't have. That night, I called Dr. Miranda and told her about the dinner. "They're trying to intimidate you," she said. "It's a common tactic in real estate disputes. Show that they have resources, contacts, expertise. What if they really have arguments I don't know about? They don't. The law is clear about inheritance. What they have are resources to drag out the process and make it more expensive and exhausting for you. So what do? We stay firm, and we start investigating Sandra's claims more deeply. If she says she made significant improvements, we'll demand proof. If she claims common law marriage, that would give her rights, we'll contest based on legislation." I hung up, feeling a little more confident. Sandra might have resources and contacts, but I had something she didn't have, the truth. And sometimes that was enough. But sometimes it wasn't. 3 weeks after dinner with Hope, I received an unexpected call at work. It was Jessica, and her voice was loaded with urgency. "Can I meet you at lunch? It's important." "Sure. Where do you want to meet?" "At the square near your work. I need to tell you some things." When I arrived at the square, I found Jessica sitting on a bench, looking nervous and constantly looking around as if she feared being seen. "What happened?" I asked, sitting beside her. "It's about my mom," she began, her voice trembling. And about the lawsuit. Jessica, you don't need to get involved in this. I know it's difficult for you. No, you don't understand, she interrupted me. I need to get involved because I saw things that you need to know. My heart raced. What kind of things? Jessica took a deep breath before continuing. My mom. She's not who you think she is. Or rather, she's exactly who you think she is, but worse. How so? She has other properties, Jessica said quickly, as if the words burned her mouth. At least 3 that I know of. An apartment downtown, a beach house, and a small farm on the outskirts of the city. I was silent, processing the information. How do you know this? Because I help her with the bookkeeping of her craft business sometimes. And because I found the documents. Jessica took a folder from her bag. She doesn't know I made copies. But I couldn't stay quiet watching her do this to you. I opened the folder and found copies of deeds, bank statements, and other documents. It was true. Sandra had considerable wealth that she had hidden from all of us. Why did she hide this? I asked. Because she wanted you all to think she depended on your father, that she had nowhere to go if she was kicked out of the house. It's all part of her plan. What plan? Jessica hesitated, then continued. She always wanted this house. From the first day she set foot here. She researched about your mother, about the will, about you. She knew exactly what she was getting into when she married your father. I felt a chill down my spine. She planned all this? Not from the beginning, Jessica admitted. At first, I think she really liked your father, but when she saw the house, when she understood the value of the property, things changed. And your father? Does he know about these other properties? No, she keeps everything separate. Says it's to protect the family's patrimony in case something happens with the business. I looked at the documents again. The acquisition dates were revealing. Sandra had bought 2 of the properties after marrying Dad, using money she allegedly didn't have. Jessica, I said, why are you telling me this? She's your mother. Jessica's eyes filled with tears. Because I care about you, because what she's doing is wrong. And because she wiped her eyes. Because I'm tired of pretending I don't see who she really is. This will bring you trouble. I know, but I can't stay quiet anymore. Not after seeing her trying to throw away your mother's things. That was disgusting. I put the documents in the folder and hugged her. Thank you. You can't imagine how much this means to me. There's one more thing, Jessica said when we separated. About the lawsuit. What about it? She's paying the lawyer with money from one of the properties she sold recently. Not with money she and your father have together. And she told me she has a plan B in case she loses the lawsuit. What kind of plan B? She's going to offer one of the other properties to your father in exchange for his cooperation in the lawsuit. A beach house worth about $300,000. Now I understood. Sandra wasn't just fighting for my house. She was willing to bribe my own father to get what she wanted. Jessica, do you have proof of this? I have some conversations recorded on my phone. I started recording when I realized things were getting serious, for self-protection. You understand. I was impressed with the girl's maturity and courage. At 19 years old, she was risking her relationship with her mother to do what was right. Will you be safe? If your mother finds out. I've already thought about that, Jessica said. Amanda and I were planning to leave home anyway. Regardless of all this, we're both 19 and 16 now. We can manage. And if you need anything, she smiled for the first time since we started talking. But we'll be fine. The question is, are you going to use this information? I looked at the folder in my hands. It was exactly the kind of evidence that could completely change the course of the lawsuit. Sandra had lied about her financial situation, hidden assets, and was planning to bribe a key witness. I'll take it to my lawyer, I said. She'll know what to do with this. When we got home that afternoon, the atmosphere was tense. Sandra was in the kitchen, but wasn't humming like in recent days. Dad was in the living room, looking disturbed. Where were you? Sandra asked when Jessica entered. I met a friend for lunch, Jessica replied calmly. Sandra studied her for a moment, then returned to what she was doing, but I noticed she was suspicious. That night, I called Dr. Miranda and scheduled an urgent meeting for the next day. When I told her about the documents and recordings, she was visibly excited. "This changes everything," she said. "We'll use this information to completely dismantle her argument. If she hid assets and lied about her financial situation, she might even face criminal charges for bad faith litigation. And the plan to bribe my father? If we have proof of that, it's a crime, bribery, coercion. We can open a range of possibilities." For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt I had a real chance of winning. Sandra had completely underestimated her own daughter, and this underestimation could be her downfall. But I also knew that when Sandra discovered Jessica's betrayal, things would become much more dangerous for all of us. The war was far from over. But now, finally, I had some weapons to fight back. The hearing was scheduled for a rainy Tuesday in March. I had barely slept the night before, mentally reviewing all the arguments, all the evidence that Dr. Miranda had prepared. Jessica called me early, wishing me good luck, but her voice was tense. "My mom has been strange since yesterday. I think she suspects something. Are you safe?" "I am. Amanda and I packed our bags last night. If things get too bad, we'll go to our aunt's house." At the courthouse, I found Sandra and her lawyer, Dr. Mitchell, a man of about 60 years, with a confident expression that made me nervous. Sandra was impeccably dressed, with an expression of outraged victim that she had perfected over the months. Dad was sitting next to them, looking older and more frail than I remembered. When our eyes met, he quickly looked away. "Remember," Dr. Miranda whispered to me, "let me ask the questions. If anyone tries to intimidate you, stay calm." The judge, Dr. Patricia, was a middle-aged woman with a serious but fair expression. She opened the hearing by reading the case and explaining the procedure. Dr. Mitchell spoke first, presenting Sandra as a woman who had dedicated 5 years of her life to caring for a property and a family, investing time and money in improvements, only to be cruelly expelled by a resentful stepdaughter. "Your Honor," he said with a dramatic voice, "my client is not asking for charity. She is claiming legitimate rights over a property that she helped build and maintain." When it was Dr. Miranda's turn, she was direct to the point. "Your Honor, this case is about a flagrant attempt to usurp legitimate inheritance. The plaintiff has no rights over the property, which was left entirely to my client by a valid and registered will." Then the testimonies began. Sandra was the first to speak, and her performance was impressive. She cried at the right moments, talked about the sacrifices she had made for the family, about the love she felt for the house and the people who lived in it. "I treated that girl like my own daughter," she said, drying tears that seemed genuine. "I cared for the house as if it were mine, because it was mine in my heart. And now she wants to kick me out as if I were a stranger." When it was my turn to speak, I kept my voice firm despite the nervousness. "This house was left to me by my deceased mother. The plaintiff systematically tried to erase my mother's memory from this house, including attempting to discard personal objects of inestimable sentimental value. Dr. Mitchell tried to interrupt me several times, questioning my emotional capacity to administer a property of such value. But Dr. Miranda always intervened. Then came the crucial moment, Dad's testimony. He approached the microphone with hesitant steps. Sandra stared at him fixedly, as if she could control him from a distance. "Mr. Robert," Dr. Mitchell began, "can you tell us how long you've been in common law marriage with Mrs. Sandra?" 5 years, Dad replied quietly. "And during this time, did she contribute significantly to the property's maintenance?" Dad hesitated. "Yes, including renovations and improvements. Yes, some." "Mr. Robert," Dr. Mitchell continued, "did you sign any document transferring your rights over the property to your wife?" It was then that something happened that changed everything. Dad looked at Sandra, then at me, then back at the lawyer. I signed some papers, but I never really understood what they were." Dr. Miranda stood up immediately. "Your Honor, I would like to present evidence that has just become relevant." She took out a folder and handed some documents to the judge. These are copies of deeds of other properties belonging to the plaintiff, concealed throughout this process. The silence in the courtroom was deafening. Sandra went pale and Dr. Mitchell looked confused. Your Honor, Dr. Miranda continued, the plaintiff alleged need and financial dependence to justify her supposed rights over my client's property. However, as these documents demonstrate, she possesses considerable wealth that was deliberately concealed. The judge examined the papers with growing attention. Dr. Miranda, how did you obtain these documents? Through a legitimate source that will be preserved as provided by law. Dr. Mitchell, the judge addressed Sandra's lawyer. Are you aware of these assets? Dr. Mitchell was visibly disturbed. No, Your Honor. My client informed me that she was financially dependent on her partner. The judge looked directly at Sandra. Mrs. Sandra, do you confirm the authenticity of these documents? Sandra tried to speak, but only a strangled sound came from her throat. Finally, she managed to say, I can explain. Explain what? The judge asked coldly. Why did you omit significant assets in an action where you claim financial dependence? It was at that moment that the courtroom door opened and Jessica entered, accompanied by Amanda. She went directly to the judge's bench. Your Honor, I am the plaintiff's daughter and I have important information about this case. Sandra stood up abruptly. Jessica, what are you doing? What's right, Mom? Jessica replied without looking at her. The judge allowed Jessica to testify. With a firm voice, she told about the hidden properties, about the manipulation attempts, and about the plans to bribe Dad. I have recordings on my phone, Jessica said, handing the device to the judge. My mother planned to offer a beach property to Mr. Robert in exchange for his cooperation in the lawsuit. Sandra exploded. You're my daughter. How can you do this to me? Because being your daughter doesn't oblige me to be an accomplice to your lies, Jessica replied, tears finally appearing. The judge called a recess to analyze the recordings. When we returned, her expression was severe. After analyzing the evidence presented, she began, It's clear that this action was filed in bad faith. The plaintiff concealed significant assets, lied about her financial situation, and there is evidence of attempted witness coercion. Sandra was visibly trembling. Therefore, the judge continued, I rule the reivindicatory action unfounded. Furthermore, I order the plaintiff to pay court costs and the opposing party's legal fees. And I also order that the records be sent to the public prosecutor's office for investigation of crimes of ideological falsehood and attempted coercion. The judge's gavel echoed through the courtroom like thunder. Dad had his face in his hands. Sandra stared fixedly at Jessica with an expression of pure hatred. But I felt only one thing, relief. The war was over and I had won. When we left the courthouse, Jessica approached me. Thank you, I said, hugging her tightly. Thank you, she replied, for showing me that it's possible to do what's right, even when it's difficult. Sandra passed by us without saying a word, followed by Dr. Mitchell, who seemed to be having a tense discussion with her. Dad approached hesitantly. Daughter, he began, I'm sorry for everything. I looked at him for a long moment. I saw genuine regret in his eyes, but I also saw years of weakness, bad choices, distorted priorities. I know you're sorry, Dad, I said finally, but being sorry doesn't undo what was done. Can you forgive me? It was a simple question, but with a complicated answer. Could I forgive the man who had chosen a manipulator over my mother's memory? Who had tried to convince me to give up the only thing she had left me? I can forgive, I said finally, but I can't forget, and I can't pretend that nothing has changed between us. Dad nodded sadly. I understand. When we got home, my house, a few hours later, we found Sandra packing frantically. She didn't even look at any of us. Jessica and Amanda already had their things ready. We're going to stay with our aunt for now, Jessica explained to me, until we decide what to do. You can stay here as long as you need, I offered. Thank you, but I think it's better this way, at least until things calm down. Sandra finished packing and headed for the door. For the first time in days, she looked directly at me. "You think you won?" she said, her voice loaded with venom. "But you don't know what you lost." "I know exactly what I lost," I replied calmly. "I lost a manipulator, a liar, and a woman who tried to erase my mother's memory. And I'm happy with that loss." Sandra left, slamming the door. That night, for the first time in 5 years, I had dinner alone in my own house. The silence was no longer oppressive. It was liberating. I went to Mom's room and sat in the armchair where she used to read. I picked up one of the diaries that Sandra had tried to throw away and opened it to a random page. "My dear daughter will need to be strong one day," was written in Mom's delicate handwriting. "The world will try to take from her what is rightfully hers. But I trust that she will know how to fight when necessary." I closed the diary and smiled through tears. "I fought, Mom," I whispered, "and I won." Outside, the rain had stopped, and the first ray of sun in weeks was beginning to appear between the clouds. The storm had passed. It was time to rebuild. 3 months after the hearing, my life had taken a completely new direction. Sandra was indicted for ideological falsehood and attempted coercion, receiving a sentence of 2 years in prison and a heavy fine. Her craft business collapsed when the news spread, and she had to sell one of her properties to pay legal debts. Dad tried to approach me several times, but the conversations were always tense and awkward. The trust that existed between us had been broken, and we both knew it might never be fully restored. He ended up losing his job when the story reached his colleagues' ears. Working at an accounting firm and being involved in a fraud scandal didn't go well together. Jessica and Amanda moved to a small apartment they shared while studying. Jessica got a scholarship and was graduating in business administration, while Amanda had finished high school with excellent grades. They visited me regularly, and our friendship strengthened far beyond the family ties that once united us. "Sometimes I wonder what it would have been like if my mom had been different," Jessica told me during one of her visits. "If she had simply tried to be part of the family for real instead of trying to control everything." "Maybe she didn't know how to do it differently," I replied. "Some people only know how to relate through control." "Aren't you angry at her?" It was a question I had asked myself many times. I was angry. Yes, very angry. But anger is like poison that we take hoping the other person dies. At some point, you have to decide to stop poisoning yourself. On Dr. Miranda's recommendation, I filed a civil action against Sandra and Dad for moral damages. The process was relatively quick, considering all the evidence already gathered. I received compensation of $50,000, which I used to completely renovate the house, not to erase Mom's memories, but to honor them properly. I transformed Sandra's former studio back into Mom's room, but now as a proper memorial. Her paintings were framed and hung on the walls. Her diaries were organized on a special shelf, and her jewelry was displayed in a showcase that Dad had given her as a gift years ago. I changed all the house locks and installed a new security system, this time one that only I controlled. I obtained a restraining order against Sandra and Dad, prohibiting them from approaching the property. At work, Mrs. Elena promoted me to financial supervisor when she learned about the whole situation. "Anyone who can manage a legal battle of this level can manage anything," she said. But the most significant change in my life came in an unexpected way. During one of the house renovations, I met David, an architect who was supervising some structural changes. He was kind, respectful, and completely understood my need to preserve the essence of the house my mother had loved. "This house has a soul," he told me one day. "Looking at the gardens I had restored exactly as Mom had left them. You can feel the love that was put here." Our friendship slowly evolved into something deeper. David never tried to change anything in the house or question my choices. On the contrary, he helped make each space more functional while preserving its history. 2 years after the hearing, we got married in a small ceremony in the house garden. Jessica was my maid of honor, and Amanda did the reading of the vows. It was exactly the kind of celebration Mom would have loved. Simple, full of love, and centered on what really mattered. On the wedding day, I found a letter from Mom that had been hidden in a secret drawer of her desk, a drawer I only discovered during the renovations. "My dear daughter," the letter said. If you're reading this, it means you had to fight for this house. It means you understood why I left it to you. This house isn't just bricks and cement. It's proof that you're strong enough to protect what's yours, what's right, what's just. Use this strength to build a life full of true love. Not the kind that tries to control or manipulate, but the kind that liberates and supports. You deserve to be happy, and you deserve to be loved exactly as you are. I cried reading that letter, but they were tears of gratitude, not sadness. A few months after the wedding, I discovered I was pregnant. David and I decided that the baby would grow up in this house, hearing stories about the grandmother she would never meet, but whose love still filled every room. One day, when I was organizing the room that would be the baby's, I received an unexpected call. It was Jessica. "Did you see the news?" she asked. "No." "Why?" "My mom. She was arrested again." Sandra had tried to apply the same scheme to another family, this time targeting a widower with 2 adult daughters. But this time, the daughters were prepared. They had researched Sandra's past and discovered her previous conviction. When she tried to repeat her tactics, they immediately reported her. "I guess she'll never learn," Jessica said, her voice loaded with sadness. "Maybe not," I agreed. "But at least now she can't hurt anyone else." "Do you think I should visit her in prison?" It was a difficult question. Jessica had been brave in standing up against her mother, but she was still her mother. "Do what your heart tells you," I said. "But remember, you're not responsible for her choices, nor obligated to suffer their consequences." Dad had also tried to contact me several times over the years. His phone calls were always awkward, full of apologies and requests for forgiveness that came too late. His health had deteriorated significantly. The pressure of everything that had happened, combined with guilt and isolation, had taken its toll. The last time we talked, he told me, "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I want you to know that I regret every day not protecting your mother's memory, not protecting you." "I know, Dad," I replied, "and I've already forgiven you. But forgiving doesn't mean forgetting, and it doesn't mean things can go back to how they were before." Now, 3 years after the hearing, as I rock my daughter, Sophia, yes, I gave her my mother's name, in the garden my mother planted, I reflect on everything that happened. Sandra is serving her 2nd prison sentence. Dad lives alone in a small apartment, his health fragile and with few friends. Jessica became a successful administrator, and Amanda is in university studying law, inspired by your courage, as she told me. And me? I built the life my mother dreamed for me. A life based on true love, not manipulation. A life where I'm respected, not controlled. A life where the house she left me truly became a home. Sometimes, when I'm sitting in Mom's armchair with Sophia in my lap, I feel her presence clearly. It's as if she's whispering, "You did well, my daughter. You understood." And I really did understand. I understood that some battles need to be fought, not for revenge, but for dignity. I understood that forgiving doesn't mean accepting mistreatment. I understood that protecting what's ours isn't selfishness. It's self-love. Sandra thought she could break me, manipulate me, force me to give up what was rightfully mine. She completely underestimated the strength my mother had planted in me, the determination that had been cultivated through years of unconditional love. In the end, Sandra lost everything. Her freedom, her reputation, her wealth, and even the family she claimed to be protecting. Dad lost his daughter, his wife, his job, and his dignity. Both paid a high price for their choices. But me, I gained much more than a house. I gained the certainty that I can defend myself, that I can fight for what's right, that I can honor the people I love without diminishing myself in the process. Today, when I look at Sophia sleeping in my arms, I promise her and my mother's memory that I will never let anyone try to control our life, invade our space, or disrespect our history. This house is ours. This life is ours. And this time, I know exactly how to protect them. The inheritance my mother left me wasn't just a property. It was a lesson about strength, dignity, and self-love. And now I'm passing this inheritance on to my daughter. The cycle continues, but this time with wisdom, protection, and lots of love. Sophia opened her little eyes and looked at me as if she understood everything. I smiled at her and whispered, "You're home, my love, and you always will be, because some things, once conquered the right way, can never be taken from us again. And this house, our house, is one of them." Now on to the next story. Story 2. What happened to your child that made you realize nuclear was the only option? When my daughter was 13, she suddenly became extremely excited about going to school. This was the same girl who 2 weeks ago tried to play dead to skip class. So naturally, I asked her why the change. "Oh, I now have Mr. Davidson for history every day. His class is super fun." I smiled, glad she was finally not hating school. I didn't think much about it again until a week later, when Emma started setting her alarm 30 minutes earlier just to pick out the perfect cutscene outfit. It's not like Emma never cared about her appearance, but she was always fine with just throwing the first clean thing on. I remember asking her if she was trying to impress a boy she had a crush on, and her face went totally red. "Don't say that, Mom," she yelled. That's when I got truly suspicious. I started looking at her normal teenage mood swings more carefully, and I realized they were always related to Mr. Davidson. She'd never admit it, but I noticed things. If Mr. Davidson complimented her project, she'd float around the house for hours. But if Mr. Davidson didn't acknowledge her much that day, she'd barely speak and pick at her plate during dinner. That's when I tested her in a subtle manner. "I was thinking of moving you out of Mr. Davidson's class. I think it would be good to." "You can't do that," she yelled before I could even get my words out. I stared at her blankly. "But why not?" I asked. Silence. Deafening silence. She didn't say a word, just stood up and beelined straight for her room, pulling up her phone to text someone before she even reached the stairs. This was Emma, my girl who just 2 months ago didn't care about a single school-related thing. She was always extremely open about everything, too. So this was a huge problem. That night, I crept into her room and searched through her phone. I know this was a huge violation of privacy, but I truly felt like I had no choice. I had a gut feeling she was in danger. I combed through every messaging app one could find, looking for anything at all related to Mr. Davidson. And that's when I found it. An email thread on a backup email she had made, seemingly specifically for communicating with him. The last email from him read, "Can't wait to see you during my free period tomorrow." My hands started shaking as I opened the thread, and what I read made me want to throw up. Mr. Davidson was telling my 13-year-old daughter that she was mature for her age and special, and that their connection transcended normal student-teacher relationships. He sent her photos of gifts he'd give to her, and she'd tell him she was hiding them in her bag. I quietly went through her bag as soon as I read it, and that's when I saw it. Expensive professional makeup, mature outfits, stockings, all as gifts from Mr. Davidson. I wanted to puke. What do you even do when you realize your daughter is being groomed? The first thing I did was take pictures of everything with my own phone while trying not to scream. My first instinct was to tell the school, tell the police, tell someone. But I knew I couldn't, because Mr. Davidson wasn't just any regular teacher. Mr. Davidson's parents donated a lot to the school. His brother was the police chief who'd just spoken at our PTA meeting about protecting children. His wife was on the school board. If I went to the authorities, they likely wouldn't take me seriously, maybe even destroy me. And so, I did the only thing I could think of. I started documenting everything while pretending everything was normal. I began volunteering at school without Emma knowing and watched how he interacted with her. I took photos of the gifts and backed up the emails to different clouds. I started watching documentaries with Emma about consent and talking about news stories where teachers hurt students. I could see the hamster wheel in her head turning as we watched these. She'd often excuse herself midway through, fidget nervously, bite her fingernails. She was finally realizing the truth of what was happening. Unfortunately, this progress was cut short by what is now the worst day of my life. Tuesday, Emma came home from school early. "I saw him, Mom," she said. "I saw him do with another girl exactly what he did with me." She took a deep breath, as if the truth still hurt coming out. At recess, Mr. Davidson. He talked to her exactly the same way, the same words. "You're special, different from the others. I love talking to you." He said this, looking into her eyes. He touched her shoulder like he did with me. My mouth went dry. And the worst part, she continued, her voice breaking, is that he looked at me afterward as if nothing had happened, as if I were invisible, as if everything he said was just rehearsal. My heart tightened. I knew deep down. I always knew. But hearing it from my daughter's mouth, seeing her face imploding, was like taking a punch to the stomach. Emma, you're not to blame for anything. None of this is your fault. Okay? I said, holding her hands. I thought he cared about me, Mom, she said. I thought that I was important, that he really saw me. She closed her eyes tightly, as if trying to erase the last few months from memory. He said he wanted to meet me today after class, that he had a special gift for me. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't going to go. But now I see. He lied to me the whole time. I froze. This was no longer a supposition. It wasn't just suspicious messages or behavioral changes. It was direct confirmation. He was trying to isolate my daughter, use gifts, words, and promises to prepare something that she, innocent as she was, hadn't yet named. But I knew the name, and it was disgusting. I hugged my daughter tightly, swallowing the scream that threatened to escape my throat. She trembled, but didn't cry anymore. She seemed empty. You won't go through this alone anymore, I whispered in her ear. I promise. I'll take care of you, and he'll never come close again. Never again. She nodded, saying nothing, and fell asleep right there, exhausted. I covered her with a blanket, got up, and closed the living room door. I knew that from that moment my life would be different. I couldn't wait anymore or trust in protocols. I needed to act now, but to act I needed proof. And the next step would be even more difficult. That night, when Emma finally fell asleep, I sat in the dark for long minutes staring at nothing. My heart was restless. I knew I couldn't simply sleep and pretend that all of this would pass with a conversation or blocking his phone. This wasn't a teenage fight. It was serious. Too serious. And I needed proof. I needed to show clearly who he really was, even to her. I went to Emma's room, took a deep breath, and carefully picked up her phone. I knew the password. I never needed to use it without permission, but that was more than permitted. It was necessary. I opened the messaging app and went straight to the history with Mr. Davidson. The latest messages were there, intact. He called her my smart girl, said she had a different glow, that the way she saw the world was unique for someone so young. The words seemed gentle at first glance, almost like common encouragement. But they weren't. Not when added to the context. Not when I knew what he was doing. I replied carefully, pretending to be her. Hi, you said you had a special gift. What is it? His response came in seconds, as if he were waiting. You'll love it. I chose it with care. But I'll only show you if you promise not to tell anyone. It's just ours. Okay. I swallowed hard. I continued. Where are we going to meet? He sent the address of a remote park late in the afternoon the next day. Said it was safer there, added a winking emoji, and then wrote, Bring that black purse you used last week. You look beautiful in it. At that moment, my body froze. This wasn't just an innocent conversation. It wasn't just a teacher crossing boundaries with words. He was planning. He was confident. This wasn't the first time he had done something like this. You could tell by the way he wrote, as if he knew exactly how to manipulate. I continued the dialogue, maintaining the pose of a curious and anxious girl. He began to speak more openly, said he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, that it was difficult to restrain himself in classes, and that she needed to understand that their bond was too special to fit within the school. He used words like true connection, secret friendship, freedom to be who we are. I read each sentence as if it had a blade piercing my chest. I took screenshots, copied the messages, saved everything in more than one place. My whole body trembled, but I knew I needed to maintain control. He thought he was in command, that no one would ever challenge him, that he was untouchable. I closed the app, dropped the phone on the couch, and put my hands on my head. I breathed deeply several times. I cried silently because at that instant, it really hit me. If I didn't do something, no one would. Could I go to the school? They would probably silence me. His parents were donors to the institution. His wife was part of the board. His brother was the local police chief. I wasn't stupid. I had seen similar stories before, and they all ended with the victim being discredited and the predator transferred to another school with a clean record. But with me, it would be different. If the system was rotten, then I would create my own. And at that instant, I opened the browser and typed with trembling fingers, how to report online predators without involving local authorities. I spent hours that dawn immersed in websites, forums, videos. Each link I clicked led me to another case, another story, another muffled cry for help. It was scary to realize how much more common this was than imagined, and worse, how so many powerful people were capable of silencing everything with a wave, a donation, or an influential surname. But it was on Instagram that I found something that caught my attention. A video with the title, "We Caught Him Live. He'll Never Approach Anyone Again." It was from a page with thousands of followers that confronted people who posed as teenagers to attract adults with bad intentions. They filmed everything, brought evidence, and only then called the police with everything documented. I watched one, then another, then another. The pattern was the same. They assumed the victim's profile, arranged a meeting in a public place, showed up with cameras and evidence, and directly confronted the aggressor. There was no screaming, no lynching. It was strategy, control, exposure. That was exactly what I needed. I contacted the profile, not expecting an immediate response. I explained everything. That I was a mother, that I already had screenshots of the messages, the meeting address, time, everything. I sent screenshots, reported the history. I made sure to be clear and objective. I ended with a sentence that hurt to write, but was true. If I don't do something now, he'll do it to another child, maybe worse. Took time. An hour, maybe two. And then came the response. "We've read everything. Serious. Very serious. We're going to help you." My eyes filled with tears. This time of relief. They called me for a video call at that same instant. It was a group of 4 people, all with firm but respectful voices. They explained how it would work. They would take over the conversation with Mr. Davidson, maintaining Emma's profile. They would play his game until the right moment. We would arrange the meeting in a busy park, preferably on a Saturday, where there would be witnesses and natural security. Everything would be recorded from at least 3 different angles. And in the end, the police would be called with everything ready. Evidence, location, time, history. But what if he leaves? What if he runs? We prevent it. We're not violent, but we're not stupid either. We have practice. We know how to handle it. And you won't need to get involved. Just tell us where you'll feel safe. They conveyed confidence, seriousness. Nothing like those sensationalist pages that make scandals to get likes. These were people who wanted to prevent more children from being victims. I said I would agree. Of course, I agreed. But the truth is that inside I was panicking. The risk, the exposure, the tension that something could go wrong. It was a difficult weight to bear. But then I looked at Emma's phone still on the table and remembered what I read in the messages. Everything he had said, how she believed she was special. She was special. Not because of him, but for being who she is, for being my daughter. And no one had the right to play with that. We set the trap for Saturday, 3 days later. The group asked me to stay distant, watching from afar, so that Emma wouldn't be at risk, and Davidson wouldn't notice anything strange. They would take care of everything. That night, I didn't sleep a minute. I sat next to my daughter's bed and stayed there, listening to her peaceful breathing. I fixed her hair strands like I did when she was a baby, and I promised silently, "He will never touch you again, not even with words. Never again." Saturday dawned with a strange silence. Emma was still sleeping, and I had been awake for hours. I showered, changed clothes, and left with some excuse. Said I was going to the market, that I'd be back quickly. She believed it. She had no way of imagining what was about to happen. I arrived at the park half an hour before the agreed time. I parked far away, enough not to be seen. The group was already there, discreetly spread out. One of them was adjusting the tripod of a camera hidden among the bushes. Another was pretending to take photos of the landscape with his phone. The third was eating a sandwich on a wooden bench, wearing sunglasses, observing everything. And the last one was disguised as a common teenager using his phone, pretending to be the Emma that Davidson was about to meet. I positioned myself behind a tree, nervous, sweaty hands, shaky legs, and then he appeared along the gravel path, coming with an almost bouncing step. There he was, Mr. Davidson. Light polo shirt, pressed jeans, new sneakers. He even seemed happy, relaxed, as if this were just any walk, as if meeting a student outside of school were the most normal thing in the world. He approached the disguised young man, who continued looking at his phone. "Hi," he said with the voice I already recognized from afar. It was at that instant that the group moved. 3 of them surrounded Davidson in silence, like closing a trap with perfection. The one with the camera approached from behind, already recording everything. "Mr. Davidson," said one of them firmly, "we know why you're here." He stopped, not understanding. He looked around, confused. "Excuse me, who are you?" "We're people who protect children, and we have everything you wrote to a 13-year-old girl thinking she would be here today." At that moment he turned pale. "This is a misunderstanding," he murmured. "I didn't do anything. This is a setup." "Then why did you arrange this meeting?" The other shot back. "Why did you bring this gift?" and pointed to the bag in his hand. Davidson began to sweat. He tried to laugh, disguise, say it was a joke, that everything was misinterpreted, but they continued talking, showing the screenshots, reading excerpts from the messages, phrases he had written, words he used to manipulate. He began to back away, to walk backwards. "I'm going to call a lawyer. This is illegal. You can't." "What's illegal is what you were doing with a minor, Mr. Davidson." That's when he turned his back and tried to run. But he couldn't. 2 of the young men reached him quickly. One held him by the arm. The other blocked the front. He lost his balance and fell sitting on the grass, dirty, panting, and completely exposed. "Don't touch me," he screamed. But by this time, several people in the park were already looking. Some were filming with their own phones. Others were whispering. The truth was spreading before everyone's eyes. "We have everything recorded, everything saved, and we've already called the police," said the group leader, showing his phone. Davidson still tried to get up, but someone, perhaps by reflex, pushed him back, not with excessive violence, but firmly. He fell again, this time with a dry slap to the face, given by one of the vigilantes, who looked at the camera right after and said, "This is for what you tried to do to this woman's daughter." My heart froze. I was there a few meters away, and everyone knew who the girl's mother was. No one looked at me directly, but I felt seen, represented, avenged. When the patrol car arrived, everything happened quickly. The police officers got out in a hurry. One of them had already seen the video broadcast live and said that was enough to take him in custody. Davidson tried to explain, tried to justify himself, but there was nowhere to run. He was handcuffed right there in front of everyone. As they took him away, he looked back, scared, lost, ashamed, and for a brief moment, I almost felt sorry, almost. But then I remembered my daughter's expression when she realized she had been deceived. The way she cried, as if her world had shattered, and any feeling of pity evaporated. That night, back home, I sat on the couch with Emma and hugged her. She didn't know everything yet, but she could tell from my look that something had changed. And for the first time in a long time, she slept with her room at peace. Davidson's arrest wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. The following Monday, I received a call from the detective responsible for the case. The search and seizure at his apartment had already been completed, and the content they found, well, he didn't even need to describe it. The pause in his voice said everything. But what he told me afterward confirmed what I already feared. Davidson wasn't doing this only with my daughter. They found message exchanges with at least 4 more teenagers of the same age. Some archived conversations, others deleted but recovered. Photos, audios, small videos. He had built a secret routine, acting calmly, using the same methods, the same sweet words, the same expensive gifts. And the worst part, he had been doing this for years. When the video of the confrontation in the park was officially published by the group with proper protection blurs and explanations about the case, it exploded. It went viral in a matter of hours. And with it came the comments, the messages, the reports. One mother wrote, "This man was my daughter's teacher in 2020. She was 12 years old. Now everything makes sense." Another, even more direct, "He gave my daughter a lipstick in secret. I thought it was strange, but the school said it was kindness." Today, I'm in shock. Dozens came, maybe more than 100. Some old, others current, all keeping the same feeling. Something was wrong, but no one knew how to act. No one had proof until now. The formal complaint happened 2 days later. The prosecution filed for preventive detention, and it didn't take long for the sentence to arrive as well. His name was removed from the school's staff roster. His image disappeared from the exemplary educator's wall. But now everyone knew. Davidson was sentenced to a long term without the possibility of appealing in freedom. The video, the screenshots, the reports, everything added up to a solid, irrefutable process. Meanwhile, Emma changed. At first, the trauma still visited her in long silences and sporadic nightmares. But with the psychological support we sought, she began to understand that she wasn't to blame for anything, that she was manipulated by someone who used his position to hide, and that her courage, telling me everything, saved not only herself but other girls too. She regained confidence gradually. She went back to drawing. She went back to speaking with enthusiasm. And one day she told me a sentence that broke me inside. "Mom, I think I want to use what happened to me to help other girls so they don't feel silly like I felt." I hugged her so tightly that I ran out of air. She was no longer just my daughter. She was a survivor, a voice, a light for others who might still be in the dark. Nowadays, we are both invited to conversation circles in schools, not to tell names or expose details, but to teach, to alert, to remind people that danger sometimes wears a tie, says good morning in the hallway, and pretends to teach. The community changed, too. The school implemented new protocols. Teachers began to be more supervised. Parents started paying more attention. And most importantly, children began to be heard for real. And even with the scars, even with everything that could have been avoided, today I can say with a firm chest, we won. And Davidson will never have the chance to deceive anyone again. Not with the whole world watching. Sometimes I find myself sitting on the porch looking at the evening sky and remembering everything that happened as if it were an unresolved nightmare. But then Emma appears laughing with some book in her hands, or calls me to see an illustration she drew herself. And I remember it wasn't a nightmare. It was real. And still, we survived. But no one came out of it the same. Emma, for example, is a different girl now. She remains sweet, but not naive. She learned with a hardness I never wanted her to face, that the world can be dangerous even where it should be safe. But she also discovered something more, that she is strong, that her voice matters, and that when it's heard, it can change other people's lives. She still goes to therapy not because she's broken, but because she knows that taking care of the mind is as important as taking care of the body. Sometimes, on some quieter nights, she still gets restless, tosses and turns in bed, but they're increasingly rare. And today, she looks me in the eyes with firmness. She knows what she wants. She knows she deserves respect, and she doesn't accept less than that. She signed up for a support group for girls who went through similar experiences. She's been giving talks in schools, even at her young age. And she told me the other day, "Mom, I'll never again think that staying quiet is easier. That's worth more than any diploma." Well, I changed too. I was never the combative type. I was always more the type who resolves things through dialogue, patience. But when it comes to protecting a child, you discover strengths you didn't know you had. Today, I'm active in educational campaigns. I help other parents identify early signs of manipulation and abuse. And above all, I'm a mother who learned to listen with my eyes, with my heart. For a long time, I blamed myself for not noticing earlier. But today, I understand that guilt doesn't build. Vigilance does, and attentive love saves. Mr. Davidson, well, his name became synonymous with warning. He serves his sentence in a closed regime with no forecast for reduction. The lawyers tried everything, but the evidence was overwhelming. Besides our case, for other families formalized complaints. One of them revealed that they had tried to warn the school years ago, but were ignored. Now everything came to light. The last news I had of him was during the final trial, when he tried to make a speech saying he was misunderstood. The prosecutor simply replied, "You were understood perfectly. That's why you're here." And there ended the career, reputation, and disguise he had used for so long. The vigilantes, well, they continue with their work. The video of Emma's case was the one that went most viral on their profile to date. Millions of views, interview invitations, but more important than fame was the impact. They received support from NGOs, psychologists, child protection councils. They improved their methods. They created partnerships with cybercrime departments. And they know they can't take justice into their own hands, but they can expose what needs to be seen. They sent me a message recently, "Your daughter saved lives. And so did you." The other girls, well, each story is a universe. Some were already away from school. Others were still trapped by fear, doubt, trauma. But the exposure of the case made them receive real support, therapy, legal support, qualified listening. Some mothers came to me emotional, saying, "You gave us courage to speak. There's no prize in the world that pays for that." The school, of course, went into crisis. They tried to deny at first, then they tried to minimize, but the public pressure was too great. The board was replaced. Protection protocols were updated. Today, there are cameras in hallways, training to identify suspicious behavior, and a new policy of active listening for students. I still distrust some internal intentions, but at least now they know they're being watched. And as for the community, it woke up. People began to look at their own children with more attention, to ask questions that before seemed exaggerated, to understand that abuse doesn't always have an ugly face or a rough voice. Sometimes it comes disguised as a compliment, a gift, a special friendship. And finally, to myself, I learned to trust again, not in the system, not in authorities, but in myself. Because I did what was right even when it was difficult. And because my daughter looked at me in the middle of chaos and saw a safe harbor. She survived. We survived. And if there's someone listening to this now, afraid, with doubts, thinking they won't be able to handle it, I tell you, you can. You're not alone. And yes, you can do something. Even if it seems small, even if no one believes at first, because all it takes is one determined mother, one complaint made at the right time, one truth exposed with courage to change everything. This was our story. But I hope, from the bottom of my heart, that no other mother needs to tell a similar one. Now on to the next story. Story 3. During a family trip, my husband's parents decided I should sit at a separate table. Nobody spoke to me the entire time. When I asked my husband, Lucas, about it, he just shrugged. "That's just how they are," he said. I smiled and replied, "Great, I've got my own way of doing things, too." The next morning, once they realized what I had done, panic hit hard. Looking back, I should have seen it coming. The snide remarks, the cold stares, the way I was always treated like a guest in my own marriage. But I kept pretending not to notice because I loved Lucas. I believed that if I kept showing patience and kindness, things would eventually change. But they didn't. Instead, I ended up stuck on a so-called relaxing family getaway to Hilton Head, South Carolina, that quickly turned into something else entirely. We had just checked into the resort. It was beautiful, straight out of a travel ad. White sandy beaches, palm trees swaying, the ocean's rhythm in the distance. I was genuinely looking forward to it. I hoped maybe this time Raphael and Carla, my in-laws, would actually accept me, that we'd finally connect, laugh, and share moments like a real family. I was wrong. On the very first night, we went to a nice restaurant for dinner. The server led us to a long, elegant table prepared just for us. Just as I was about to sit beside Lucas, Raphael interrupted. "There must be a mistake," he said, shaking his head. "She'll meet her own table." I stared, thinking I misheard. "Come again." Carla didn't even glance up from the menu. "That's just how we do things." I turned to Lucas, waiting for him to say something, to speak up and defend me. I was his wife, not a stranger. But he simply exhaled and muttered, "That's just their way." So I sat alone at a separate table. I should have left right then and there, but I didn't. I convinced myself it was just one odd moment, but it wasn't. The next morning, I woke up early and headed down for breakfast, thinking I'd join them, but they weren't there. I texted Lucas, no reply. I wandered for nearly 30 minutes before finally spotting them all, gathered around a big table halfway through their meal, laughing like everything was fine, as if I didn't exist. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming down?" I asked. Raphael barely looked up. "We figured you'd catch on." Carla sipped her coffee. "That's how we do things, Lucas." He was already eating like nothing was out of the ordinary. And right then I finally understood. I wasn't one of them. I never had been. And Lucas, he was never truly with me. The rest of the trip followed the same pattern. Every meal I sat alone. Every activity they forgot to include me. They went on a private boat ride. I only found out from Instagram. A fancy wine tasting. I saw them dressed up in the lobby heading out. Not a word said to me. When I asked Lucas afterward, "You could have at least texted me." He sighed again as if I was the one being unreasonable. "It's just how they are." That's all he ever said. By the fourth day I gave up, stopped asking, stopped caring. They wanted me to be invisible. Fine. But they didn't know what was coming because I had my own way, too. That evening, while they were out drinking and clinking glasses to their perfect family trip, I quietly returned to the hotel room and got to work. I wasn't just going to be left out. I was removing myself entirely, and they were going to feel it. I opened my email, pulled up all the booking confirmations, and got busy because guess what? I had made all the reservations. The hotel was in my name, the rental car on my credit card, the dinner bookings my account, the spa day Carla had been gushing about for weeks. Yep, I scheduled that too. One by one, I canceled everything. Their rooms gone. Rental car revoked. Waterfront dinner not happening. I even called the spa and politely let them know Carla wouldn't be attending her appointment. Then I packed my suitcase, grabbed the keys to the car, and left. While they were raising their glasses, completely unaware, I was already on the road heading toward Charleston. I booked myself a luxurious suite, ordered room service, and sat out on the balcony, listening to the waves, finally feeling at peace. Meanwhile, back at the resort, chaos was brewing. I woke up the next morning in Charleston, more rested than I'd felt in days. The ocean breeze drifted through the curtains as I sipped my coffee on a cozy lounge chair, watching the tide. Then my phone started buzzing. Lucas. I ignored it. Then Carla. Then Lucas again, then Raphael. I turned off the sound and smiled. They had finally realized. I could picture the exact moment it all hit them. Raphael stumbling out of bed, groggy and annoyed, only to find a hotel manager knocking at the door. "Sir, there's an issue with your reservation." Carla mid-stretch grabbing her phone to check the day's schedule only to be greeted by a flood of cancellation emails. And Lucas rubbing his forehead still half asleep as he hears his mother's voice climbing from mild irritation to full-blown rage. No hotel rooms, no rental car, no plans. I took a long sip of my coffee and smiled. A few hours later, once I got bored of the silence, I checked my phone. "Lucas, where are you?" "Lucas, what the hell is going on?" "Lucas, you need to fix this right now." I decided to answer the next call just for entertainment. The moment I picked up, Lucas barked, "Where are you?" "Charleston." Pause. "Charleston? What the hell are you doing there?" "Enjoying my vacation." Silence. I could hear voices in the background. Carla yelling at the hotel staff. Raphael cursing under his breath. Then Lucas asked, voice low, like he was trying to process it all, "You canceled everything?" "Yep." He inhaled sharply. "Do you even realize what you've done? My parents have nowhere to stay. We had plans. You left us stranded." "Oh no," I said, my voice soaked in fake sympathy. "That must be so uncomfortable." Silence again. I could practically hear his brain catching up. He knew exactly what I was doing. "You all wanted me separate," I added. "So I gave you exactly that." "You're being ridiculous," he snapped. "You need to come back." I laughed. "No, Lucas, I really don't." And I hung up. Later, I found out just how bad things had gotten for them. Since the hotel was fully booked, they had to scramble to find somewhere else to stay. They ended up at a rundown roadside motel 20 minutes away. The kind of place with flickering lights and a strange damp smell. No rental car meant they had to rely on rideshares. But Hilton Head isn't exactly overflowing with drivers. They got hit with surge pricing on every ride, and the fancy waterfront dinner Raphael had been bragging about for weeks, completely booked. They had to settle for some tourist trap filled with screaming kids and overpriced seafood. Carla lost it at the spa. When she found out her reservation was gone, she threw a full tantrum and demanded they make room for her anyway. They didn't. I got all of this from the angry texts Lucas sent me later. Lucas, you really just left us like this. Lucas, my mom is furious. She got embarrassed at the spa. Lucas, my dad's losing it over the dinner thing. Lucas, I hope you're proud of yourself. I really was. I figured that was the end of it. A little chaos, some well-deserved payback. But then something unexpected happened. A few hours later, my phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't Lucas. It was a message from Mariana, his cousin. Mariana, hey, I heard what happened, and honestly, good for you. I frowned, rereading it. Mariana and I had always been on good terms, but we weren't particularly close. Me? What do you mean? Her next message made my heart drop. Mariana. They did the same thing to Lucas's ex-wife. I sat straight up. Lucas's ex-wife. He had told me they just grew apart. Nothing dramatic, just different directions. I never questioned it. What do you mean? What happened? Mariana. She went on a trip with them. They treated her like trash, made her sit alone, ignored her completely, acted like she wasn't there. She left halfway through and filed for divorce a month later. My heart was racing. Mariana messaged me again. Her words were simple, but they hit hard. Mariana, I didn't say anything before because I thought you already knew. But after what they did to you, I realized he never told you, did he? No, he hadn't. Because if he had, I would have never agreed to go on that trip. If I had known the truth, I would have seen it coming. This wasn't just their way. This was a pattern. And Lucas, he had known exactly what was about to happen, and he let it happen anyway. That night, Lucas called again. This time, I picked up. I need you to fix this, he said immediately, voice low and tense with frustration. Before he could finish, I cut him off. No, I understand everything now. This wasn't about some quirky tradition. This was about control. You knew what your parents were going to do, and you let it happen. Silence. Then came the giveaway. Who told you that? Bingo. I laughed. So it's true. I wasn't the first. More silence. And then a sigh. Look, my parents can be a bit much, but they mean well, Lucas. I cut him off. They don't even see me as part of your family. He hesitated. And right then I knew he wasn't going to defend me. He never had. Instead, he said, let's just fix this. I stared out at the waves, crashing softly against the shore. No, Lucas, I said calmly. I think I already did. And I hung up. After the call, I just sat there staring at my phone, thoughts racing. Lucas knew. He had seen this all happen before, and still, he let me walk right into it. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was done. I poured myself another drink, leaned back on the lounge chair, trying to enjoy the rest of my night. But something kept gnawing at me. If he lied about his ex-wife, what else had he kept from me? So I started digging. I opened Facebook, typed her name. Camila, Lucas's ex-wife. I had never looked her up before, but now I needed answers. Her profile was private, but among the mutual friends I saw something. Patricia, her sister, had posts that were public. I clicked on one from about 2 years ago, right after Camila and Lucas split. Never let a man's family break you. Never let them convince you you're less than you are. My sister deserved better. We tried to warn her. Never again. My stomach twisted. I scrolled down and there it was. A comment from Mariana. I wish she had listened to us. At least now she's free. Listen to them. My heart was pounding. I didn't know what to do. I could message Patricia, ask her what really happened. But was I ready to hear it? I stared at the screen for a while. Then I took a deep breath and typed, "Hey, this might sound random, but I think we need to talk." She replied within minutes. "Patricia, I was wondering when you'd reach out." That single sentence hit like a punch to the gut. "So, you know who I am, Patricia?" "Patricia, of course. We've been waiting for this moment." I froze. "What do you mean, Patricia?" "Patricia. Camila wasn't the first, and she definitely wasn't the last." My breath caught in my throat. "What are you saying, Patricia?" "Patricia. I'm saying Lucas has done this before more than once. And his parents, they've played the same game again and again. If you're talking to me now, it means you just went through it, too." I felt sick. This wasn't just some weird quirk or a one-off situation. It was a game, a twisted family ritual they played with every woman Lucas brought into their lives. They never saw his partners as equals or even people. They saw them as problems to be eliminated quietly. And Lucas, he let it happen again and again. I couldn't stop asking myself why hadn't anyone told me. But then I remembered what Patricia said. They had tried. Lucas just made sure every woman stayed cut off, isolated. He always spun the same story. That his family had quirks, that their traditions were harmless, that his ex was just too sensitive. He told me Camila had always overreacted, couldn't adapt, created drama where there was none. But now I saw it clearly. Camila hadn't been dramatic. She had been cornered. And now so had I. Or at least I had been. Until now. I didn't sleep that night. The realization that I had wasted years of my life on this man hit me like fire in my chest. But even through the rage and exhaustion, something else was eating at me. Why had Lucas called so many times? Why was he acting so desperate? And then, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I got my answer. A message from an unknown number lit up my screen. "Ma'am, this is Officer Daniels with the Hilton Head Police Department. We need to speak with you regarding a missing persons report filed by your husband." I sat up so fast I nearly dropped my phone. A missing persons report? My hands trembled as I called back. The second the officer answered, I blurted out, "I'm fine. I'm not missing." There was a pause. Then the officer asked gently, "Ma'am, are you saying you left on your own?" "Yes," I said quickly. "Obviously, my husband knows exactly where I am. He's been calling me nonstop." The officer sighed. "He reported that you left without saying anything and that you weren't answering. He said he was concerned about your safety." I clenched my jaw so hard it hurt. This wasn't about safety. This was about control. Lucas wasn't worried about me. He was trying to drag me back under his thumb. I took a breath and steadied my voice. "Officer, I am completely fine. I am in Charleston. I left Hilton Head on purpose. I am not missing, and I do not want my husband contacting me again." There was a pause. Then the officer asked, "Would you like to file a formal no-contact request?" I hesitated, but only for a moment. "Yes," I answered. And just like that, I took the first legal step away from Lucas. Not even an hour later, my phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't the police. It was Carla. Her message read, "I cannot believe you would humiliate us like this." I laughed out loud and ignored it. Then another message came in, "You made Lucas involve the police. Do you have any idea how this makes us look?" I stared at the screen. "Oh, I made him do that." I rolled my eyes and took another sip of my coffee, but the messages didn't stop. They just got worse. "This family has done nothing but try to welcome you. You're being incredibly selfish. You need to come back and fix this." And then came the final one, the one that made my blood run cold. "If you don't come back, Lucas is going to make things very difficult for you." I froze. It wasn't even subtle. It was a threat. I sat back and read that last message over and over. I had thought this was just about power, a family obsessed with control. But this wasn't just about humiliation anymore. It was about destruction. They weren't trying to push me out. They were trying to crush me. And if I didn't act fast, Lucas was going to make sure they succeeded. I stared at Carla's words, that final sentence. "If you don't come back, Lucas is going to make things very difficult for you." It wasn't a warning. It was a promise. Something shifted inside me in that moment. This wasn't a misunderstanding or cold in-laws. This was war, and I was supposed to roll over and lose. But I wouldn't. Not this time. I cracked my knuckles, took a deep breath, and typed one single reply. Perfect. Let's make things difficult then. And with that, I booked a hotel conference room in Charleston. Sent out the invitations to Lucas, his parents, and Mariana. If they wanted a war, I was bringing it straight to their doorstep. The next morning, I sat at the head of a long wooden table. There was nothing on it but bottled water and silence. I didn't wait long. The door slammed open. Lucas was first, storming in, his jaw so tight I thought he might break a tooth. Carla followed close behind, heels clacking like a metronome of rage. Raphael's face was already red, his hands balled into fists. Mariana came in last, her arms crossed, her face unreadable, but she gave me a subtle nod. I didn't know if she was here to mediate, witness, or just enjoy the chaos. I leaned back, calm and steady. Glad you could all make it. Lucas's voice cut through the room like a knife. What the hell is this? I smiled slowly, deliberately. This, I said, is a conversation. He had been so desperate to talk, so I gave him exactly that. Raphael scoffed from across the table, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. Thought this was funny, didn't you? But I stayed calm. This wasn't funny. It was pathetic. This entire family played twisted little games with every woman who dared walk through their door. And this time they chose the wrong one. Carla narrowed her eyes, claiming I had abandoned them. I actually laughed. Abandoned them? Coming from the same people who spent an entire vacation pretending I didn't exist? That was rich. Lucas gripped the back of a chair, frustrated, telling me I was blowing things out of proportion. And that was the moment I slammed my hands on the table loud enough to make Carla flinch. My voice cut through the silence like glass. I'm your wife, not a stranger, not some outsider passing through. Your wife. And you let them treat me like I was nothing. Then I pointed right at Lucas. You knew. You knew this wasn't the first time they'd done this. You knew what was happening, and you just let it happen again. He went pale. Carla jumped in, her voice pitched high, saying they were simply following family tradition. No, that wasn't tradition. That was control. That was a test. And every woman who ever walked into this family failed it because none of you ever wanted us to belong. Lucas shook his head, still trying to deny it. So I pulled out my phone, opened the messages from Patricia, and placed it in front of him, telling him to read it. He hesitated again. I told him, read it. He picked it up, and I watched every muscle in his face tighten as he scrolled. His jaw locked, his eyes narrowed. When he finished, he tossed the phone away like it had burned his hands. This proves nothing. Raphael crossed his arms again, accusing me of dragging up old stories, saying it had nothing to do with us. So I turned to Carla. Really? Because just last night you sent me a message threatening me. You said, if I didn't come back, Lucas would make my life difficult. Her mouth snapped shut. Mariana let out a low whistle. Lucas turned to his mother, his voice sharp. You did what? Carla stiffened, claiming she was just trying to make me understand. Understand what? That you've been playing this game for years? That you did the exact same thing to Camila? Raphael looked away. Carla shot him a glare, but it was too late. The damage was done. Lucas's jaw clenched. I saw it. The crack. That tiny fracture in his blind loyalty to his parents. The first moment he realized maybe, just maybe, I wasn't the one who had been wrong all along. He looked at me, and for once he looked unsure. I waited, watching, hoping just for a second that he might finally say something that mattered. But all he did was run his hands through his hair and mutter, I can fix this. And that told me everything I needed to know. No apology, no regret, just damage control. I leaned back and let out a long breath. You really don't get it, do you? Silence. Then I stood, adjusted my bag, and said the words that would finally end it all. I'm not coming back, Lucas. He blinked, stunned. Wait, what? I'm done. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're serious? Mariana snorted quietly. Seriously? You haven't figured that out yet. Carla's voice spiked. This is absurd. You're throwing away your marriage over a misunderstanding. I shook my head slowly. No, Carla. You threw it away. You and Raphael with your twisted little rituals. Lucas was just too weak to stop any of it. He reached for my arm. I stepped back. Please wait. Let's talk this through. I held up a hand. No, Lucas. You talk. You always talk. You make excuses. You let them manipulate you. But I'm done listening. I picked up my phone and headed toward the door. Lucas's voice rose behind me, almost panicked. Where are you going? I turned around just once. I'm leaving. Carla laughed bitterly behind me. You can't just walk out of a marriage. I met her eyes with a cold, unreadable stare. Watch me. And I walked out. It took 6 months to finalize the divorce. Lucas tried everything. Pleading, blaming, even accusing me of overreacting. But I never looked back. Mariana kept in touch, telling me everything had fallen apart after I left. She said Lucas finally confronted them, that it got ugly. Raphael called him weak. Carla cried, saying I had brainwashed him. For the first time, Lucas saw them for what they really were. But it didn't change anything for me because I was already gone. I moved back to Charleston, got a new apartment, reconnected with old friends, and started building a new life. One night, months later, I got a text from an unknown number. It was Lucas. I see it now. I'm sorry. I stared at the message for a long time. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I stood by and allowed my wife to almost end my son's life. I was happy she did it. My son was very troubled. If you have seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it will really help to understand what I'm talking about. The only difference is that in the movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. With my son, he didn't hide anything. His behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son came into the world differently. He was planned. My wife and I wanted a baby and were overjoyed when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We gave him all our affection and did everything we could to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he seemed unhappy. He cried nonstop for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating, 13 months without a break. He cried until he lost his voice, yet he kept trying to cry. You could see his little face all scrunched up, but no sound was coming out. Completely hoarse. There were times when he would literally cry in his sleep. I have never seen or heard of another child doing that. We took him to doctors, specialists, changed his diet, held him, rocked him, tried toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything we could think of. Nothing helped. 13 months of exhaustion, sleepless nights. It was a never-ending struggle. When he finally stopped crying constantly, we thought we had made it through the worst. But it quickly became clear that, for some reason, he just wasn't comfortable in the world. I never saw this kid have a genuine, joyful smile in all the time I knew him. I saw him grin only a few times, but never out of true happiness. He seemed to take satisfaction only in negative situations, especially when breaking rules or seeing someone else upset. But a real smile from joy? No, never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He seemed driven by anger, and everything he did reflected that. As soon as he could walk, his focus was on breaking things. He would destroy or would try to destroy anything within reach, throwing things, chewing on them, flushing them down the toilet, whatever he could do. Eventually, he figured out how to take off his diaper and started making messes all over the house. Then he realized he could hide it, making it even harder to clean and causing the house to smell terrible. As he got older, between the ages of 9 and 15, he started doing this in our bed. We had to install a lock on our bedroom door to keep him out, and then he just started doing it in the hallway outside our room. He never outgrew this behavior. As he got older, he became even harder to manage. We had to install a locked door on the kitchen because he would take knives and scratch up the walls and furniture. When he was 10, he hurt me pretty badly with a knife. I still have the scars. And as he grew older, his actions became even more alarming. He started setting things on fire and acting aggressively toward animals in the neighborhood. There was a stray dog that used to hang out near our house. My son injured it in one eye. He also played cruel tricks on cats. Of course, we sought professional help. He spent years in therapy, saw a psychiatrist twice a week, and was prescribed countless medications. But nothing helped. Therapy didn't work, meds didn't work, nothing worked. He always seemed upset, taking it out on everything around him. When my son was younger, my wife got pregnant again. Our reaction this time was completely different. Instead of joy, we felt fear. In the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if they showed the same behaviors as our son, we would look for another option. We knew we couldn't go through that again. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly, we saw what our lives should have been like all along, what things would have been like if our son hadn't been the way he was. She was happy. She was peaceful. I can't describe the relief and happiness we felt. I don't have the words for it. When we brought our daughter home, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he escalated. By this time, he was 17, and we were having explosive arguments every day. After our daughter was born, my relationship with my son was practically non-existent. The only interactions we had were yelling at each other. My wife had it even worse with him. She had nothing left to give. He started spending more time away from home, which was a relief for us. I have no idea what he was doing out in the world, but we were just happy it wasn't affecting us anymore. Because of our son's behavior, we invested heavily in locks around the house. All of the cheap, thin interior doors were replaced with thick, solid wood doors that couldn't be broken down, equipped with key locks that only my wife and I carried keys to. We weren't locking our son up like a prisoner. He had free access to the house and could leave whenever he wanted. My wife and I locked ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. He had turned us into prisoners in our own home. On the day in question, that morning I had argued with my son, and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying a rare moment of peace in the kitchen while our daughter napped in our bedroom. Then we heard her cry. Any parent with young children knows that over time you learn to recognize different types of cries. There's the cry of hunger, the cry when they need changing, or the cry when they just want to be held. This cry was none of those. This cry was fear. The second we heard it, my wife and I jumped from our chairs and ran to the room. The door was locked, as always, and it took a few seconds to find the right key and get it open. When we got inside, we saw our son. Our house was a single-story home, and he had climbed in through the window to get to her. He was standing over her crib holding a kitchen knife. I have no idea where he got it. It wasn't one of ours. We were always extremely careful with sharp objects and kept them locked away. I believe he must have taken it from somewhere outside our home. My daughter was terrified, crying uncontrollably. He was running the back of the knife across her face. Not cutting, just taunting her while she screamed. When he saw us, he smiled. Before I even realized what I was doing, I was already moving to protect her. I didn't think, I just acted. But my wife got there first. It was like watching a movie in fast forward. She struck his hand, knocking the knife across the room, and then shoved him with all her strength. He was pushed back away from the crib. I picked up my daughter while my wife stood in front of us, shielding us. The worst part was the look on my son's face as he stood there, blank, emotionless, like he felt nothing. He looked like a stranger to me. My wife took a step toward him. I could have stopped her, but I didn't. She stepped even closer. Again, I could have stopped her, but I didn't. She just stood there staring at him for a few seconds without saying a word, and then she punched him. Now, up until this point, you might have imagined my wife as a delicate woman, but that couldn't be further from the truth. She's always had a small frame, but fragile? Never. Since her teenage years, she trained in boxing. Back then MMA didn't exist, but karate and boxing were popular, and my wife had always been skilled at it. We had never laid a hand on him out of anger before, but something inside her broke that day. Years of frustration, fear, and sadness came pouring out when she hit him. He was stunned. He just stared at her as if he couldn't process what had happened. She paused for a second and then hit him again. I could have stopped her, could have held her back, taken her out of the room, calmed her down, but I didn't. I just stood there watching as she continued. Every time he tried to shield himself, she hit another spot. He started yelling, telling her to stop. It was the most real reaction I had ever seen from him in his life. But she didn't stop. She was completely focused, moving with the same precision as if she were training in a gym. I watched for a while, then I turned away and walked out of the room with my daughter in my arms. I went to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. That's when I noticed a small cut on the sole of her foot. All the injuries were minor. I cleaned her up, put ointment and bandages on her cuts, and held her until she calmed down. Meanwhile, from the bedroom, I could still hear my son yelling insults at my wife, making awful threats, until eventually he stopped shouting. At that point, I assumed he had passed out, but I could still hear the sounds of the struggle. It went on for a long time, long enough for my daughter to fall asleep in my arms. Finally, my wife came out of the room and sat down across from me. Her hands were red and swollen. She was breathing heavily. We just sat there looking at each other in silence. After a while, I asked, "Is he okay?" She looked at me and said, "I hope so." I nodded. I knew exactly how she felt. I felt the same way. We didn't know what to do, so we just sat there waiting. Eventually, my wife started crying and went to take a shower. I stayed where I was, holding our daughter. After a long time, I heard faint sounds coming from the bedroom. I realized my son was still conscious. I wanted to see how bad it was. He was clearly in bad shape. He was lying on the floor, struggling to move, his face swollen, his eyes barely open, and he wasn't speaking. His movements were slow, like he was exhausted. That was the moment I realized just how far things had gone. My wife had finally reached her breaking point, and I understood. That day felt endless. I was still holding my daughter in my arms, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. My wife sat across from me, breathing heavily, her gaze fixed on some distant point, not saying a word. The silence inside the house was suffocating, but outside we started hearing voices. That's when I realized that the noise from the fight had caught the neighbor's attention. Someone knocked on the door hard, then again more urgently. Before I could get up, I heard a voice from outside. "Is everything okay in there?" We heard yelling. I looked at my wife. She didn't seem surprised. Maybe she was just too drained to care about who had been listening. I walked to the door and opened it, finding a group of neighbors standing outside. These were people we had known for years, but they had always kept their distance. Some feared my son, others simply chose to ignore what was happening. But this time they couldn't ignore it. "What happened?" one of the men asked, trying to look inside. "Is everyone okay?" My wife stepped forward, crossing her arms with a hardened expression. She wasn't interested in hiding anything. "He tried to hurt our daughter." A heavy silence fell over the group. Those words landed like a thunderclap. "What?" one of the women asked, visibly shocked. "He climbed into her room through the window," I continued, my voice tense. "He had a knife. He hurt her." The neighbors' reactions shifted instantly. What started as murmurs turned into an explosion of outrage. Some people started yelling, asking where he was. Others muttered that they always knew something like this would happen, that it had only been a matter of time. "And you still let that monster live here?" one man spat in disgust. "He should have been locked up a long time ago." The group started moving forward, looking like they were ready to drag him out of the house themselves. My heart pounded, not because I wanted to protect him, but because I knew that if they found him in this state, they would tear him apart. "Where is he?" another neighbor shouted, his face twisted with fury. That's when we heard the siren approaching. Red and blue lights flashed down the street. Someone else, probably another neighbor, had called the authorities. The shouting died down for a moment. Everyone stepped back, some grumbling in frustration, others exhaling sharply to calm themselves, but no one left. They wanted to see how this was going to play out. The paramedics entered first, followed closely by the police. I just pointed toward the hallway. One of the officers went to check the bedroom and quickly called for backup. My son was still conscious, but he couldn't move properly. He barely had the strength to react. I watched my wife as she stared at him, completely devoid of emotion. To her, he was nothing anymore. "What happened here?" one of the officers asked, looking at us seriously. My wife spoke first. "Our son tried to hurt our baby." He broke into her room through the window and had a knife. The officer frowned. Do you want to press charges? I didn't have to think about it. I looked at my wife and she was already nodding yes. The officers began taking our statements right then and there while the paramedics worked on stabilizing my son. The neighbors weren't satisfied. They wanted more. They wanted justice right then and there. He can't get away with this, someone yelled. That kid is a danger to everyone. The police had to intervene, telling everyone to stand down. Some people were so enraged that it looked like they were about to charge at him. One of the officers had to raise his voice to restore order. He's being taken into custody, but you cannot interfere. They loaded him into the ambulance, but not like a regular patient. 2 police officers went with him. He was under guard. Meanwhile, another officer handed us a form and instructed us to go to the station to file a formal report. Are you going to press criminal charges? My wife looked at me, and for the first time in a long time, I saw a certainty in her eyes that left no room for doubt. Yes, I answered for both of us, and just like that, everything began. We knew this wasn't the end. In reality, it was just the beginning of a long battle. But one thing was certain. For the first time in years, our house felt just a little bit safer, and now he would finally have to face the consequences of what he had done. Filing the report felt like the final step to ending this nightmare. Deep down, I knew the justice system was flawed, but I wanted to believe that this time, with everything that happened, it would be different. My wife and I went to the police station that same night after making sure our daughter was safe at a trusted neighbor's house. The atmosphere at the station was cold, mechanical. The officer on duty looked at us with tired eyes, as if we were just another problem in a long list of problems he had dealt with that day. We were made to wait in uncomfortable plastic chairs before being called in to give our statements. My wife spoke with a steady voice, but exhaustion seeped into her every word. We recounted everything. His history of aggression, the disturbing incidents with animals, every violent outburst we had endured, all leading up to the moment he climbed into our daughter's room. We detailed how he entered through the window, the knife he was holding, the way he hurt her. The officer listened, took notes, and asked questions. Do you have any physical evidence of what happened tonight? My wife and I exchanged glances. The nursery still had signs of forced entry. The police had taken the knife, but it was just an ordinary knife. There were no witnesses who had seen what happened. He tried to kill our baby, my wife exclaimed, disbelief and fury in her voice. The officer sighed, his expression one I had seen too many times before. Resignation. I understand, ma'am, but without solid evidence. No cameras, no direct witnesses. It's difficult to build a strong case. Are you serious? I asked, feeling my blood boil. This guy has been a threat for years. He's going to come back. The officer closed his notebook and looked at us seriously. You know how the system works. Even if we take this to a judge, if he denies everything and there's no physical proof, he can walk free. My wife buried her face in her hands. Something inside me shattered. Our son had tried to kill our daughter, and now they were just going to let him go. We spent over an hour at the station answering questions, signing documents, listening to legal procedures. In the end, all we got was a restraining order, something that meant nothing if he decided to come back. Days later, the news we had feared arrived. The case wasn't moving forward. Not enough evidence, no clear proof. They were releasing him. My wife was sitting on the couch when she got the call. She didn't even respond to the officer. She just hung up and looked at me. He's being released, she said, her voice emotionless. She didn't need to say anything else. My chest tightened. Our daughter was playing on the carpet, completely unaware that the danger hadn't passed. When the neighbors found out, outrage spread like wildfire. Everyone was furious. They had seen him being taken away. They had heard our story. No one wanted that monster back in the neighborhood. And then, one night, it happened. My wife and I were trying to keep our routine, but the tension was unbearable. Suddenly, we heard noise outside shouting. I went to the window and saw a crowd gathered at the corner. In the middle of them, my son was on the ground, surrounded by furious men and women. My heart pounded. My wife got up and came to the window. We watched, saying nothing. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel concern. I just waited. "He's free," one of the men yelled. "If the system won't do anything, we will. He tried to kill his own sister. He thinks he can just come back here like nothing happened." The crowd was growing angrier. Some kicked him as he curled into himself. Others grabbed his shirt, shaking him, screaming in his face. For the first time, I saw fear in his eyes. "Confess," a woman shouted. "Say it, or you don't walk away from here." They held him up by his collar, forcing him to look at them. I. His voice was shaking, barely a whisper. His face was bruised, his expression desperate. I knew it wasn't remorse. He wasn't sorry for what he did. He was just scared for himself. "Fine. I did it," he screamed, his voice breaking. "I did it." Silence fell over the street. "He confessed," someone yelled. A phone was pulled out, recording everything. My son was crying, begging them not to kill him, but the crowd didn't let up. "Turn yourself in now, or we settle this here." He looked around, searching for an escape, but there was none. If he ran, they'd beat him until he couldn't move. The police arrived minutes later, called by someone in the neighborhood. When they saw the scene, they understood immediately. My son was handcuffed in the middle of the street. This time there was no escape, there was video proof, there were witnesses. As they put him in the police car, the neighbors erupted in applause. Some cried out of anger, others out of relief. My wife and I stood on the sidewalk watching the car drive away. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe again. My wife reached for my hand and squeezed it tightly. "It's over," she whispered. I didn't answer. I just stood there, feeling the weight of freedom settle in. The following days felt different. Our home felt different. The suffocating heaviness that had always lingered was simply gone. Our daughter would grow up without living in fear. My wife could sleep peacefully, and I could finally breathe. Time passed, life moved on, and for the first time in years, our house felt like a real home. Our daughter grew up without fear, without needing to check if the doors were locked, without having to sleep with the terror that something might happen to her. My wife and I learned to breathe again, to sleep without anxiety, to live without constantly expecting the worst. We didn't talk about him. His name wasn't mentioned, and over time it was as if he had never existed. Like a ghost from a dark past that life had forced us to carry, but that had finally been erased. Until one day the news came. It happened by chance. We didn't receive an official call, no notice from the prison. We found out because a neighbor who had a relative serving time in the same penitentiary mentioned it, as if it were just another piece of gossip. "Did you hear?" he asked, almost casually. "Your son. He died in prison." My wife and I froze for a moment. We didn't know what to say. I had expected many things, but not this. "How?" I managed to ask, my voice quieter than I intended. The man sighed, glancing around before answering. "Things were different in there. Well, he wasn't an easy person, you know that better than anyone. He kept acting the same way, making enemies, causing trouble. And when people inside found out what he had done out here, I didn't need to ask anything else. I already knew what that meant. The news hit me in a strange way. It wasn't a deep shock, nor an overwhelming sadness, just an odd, quiet weight in my chest. My wife looked away. "When did it happen?" "A few weeks ago." We hadn't been informed because no one had cared enough to tell us. His body had probably been treated like any other unclaimed prisoner. Maybe he had been buried in a nameless grave. Maybe someone had tried to contact us, but we had changed our phone numbers, our address, our lives. And there we were, standing on the sidewalk, hearing from a stranger that our son was dead. My son was dead. The words circled in my mind mechanically, without truly sinking in. "I'm sorry," the man said hesitantly. I nodded, not answering. My wife took my hand and gave it a light squeeze. When the man walked away, we remained there silent. We didn't cry. We didn't speak. We just took deep breaths, letting the weight of the news settle over us. It was strange. A son is a son, no matter what he did, no matter how much pain he caused us. He was still our blood. And yet, relief outweighed the sadness. It's horrible to say, but it's the truth. We had spent years living in fear, in anguish, carrying an unbearable burden. When he was arrested, we already felt free, but knowing he was gone meant he could never hurt us again. He could never look at our daughter again. He could never manipulate, threaten, or destroy again. It was truly over. Do you think we're bad people for feeling this way? My wife whispered. I looked at her and saw that her eyes were slightly teary, but not with grief, not with longing. I sighed, feeling the cool air against my face. I think we're just human. She nodded in understanding. We walked back home without saying anything else, and for the first time since this nightmare began, our house no longer carried a shadow. It was just a home where our daughter could grow up without fear, and where we finally could live. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Ryan. I'm 34, and for most of my adult life, I've been the kind of guy who tries to keep the peace. I'm the quiet problem solver in my family. The one who fixes the leaky faucet without being asked and makes sure the bills are paid on time. When I married my wife, Laura, 3 years ago, I knew stepping into a blended family wouldn't be easy. She had 2 kids from her previous marriage, Dylan, 15, and Emma, 12, and I was ready to do whatever I could to make our home feel stable. I thought I was doing a decent job. I put in extra hours at work to make sure we could afford a bigger place with bedrooms for both kids. I paid for family trips and I tried to show up for their school events even when I was exhausted. It wasn't perfect. There were awkward dinners and moments where I could feel the tension hanging in the air. But I told myself that was just part of figuring things out. But lately, it's been different. It started small little comments I brushed off at first. Dylan would roll his eyes if I asked him to take out the trash. Emma would mutter whatever and slam her door when I reminded her about homework. Typical teenager stuff, right? But then they started to get bolder. Dylan once laughed when I asked him to clean up after spilling juice on the counter and said, "You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do." It stung, but I tried to let it go, thinking maybe he was just having a bad day. Then it escalated. Laura and I were sitting in the living room one night when she asked Dylan to turn down the music in his room. I chimed in, trying to back her up, and he stormed out, stood in the doorway and shouted, "Why do you even care? You're not even part of this family." The words hit me harder than I expected. I felt my ears burn and my chest tighten, but I just sat there silent. Laura scolded him, but it felt half-hearted, like she was afraid of pushing him too far. I told myself I was overthinking it, but the disrespect kept growing. The next week, I came home from work and found Emma and her friends in the living room eating the snacks I had bought for the week, leaving empty wrappers on the floor. When I asked them to clean up, Emma smirked and said, "Why? Mom will do it later." I was so stunned. I just stood there staring at the mess before quietly picking up the trash myself. That night, I lay in bed next to Laura, staring at the ceiling while she scrolled on her phone. I feel like they don't respect me at all. I finally said, "They treat me like I'm just some guy who happens to live here." Laura sighed, set her phone down, and turned to face me. "They're just kids, Ryan. They'll grow out of it. Don't take it so personally." But it was getting personal. Every day, I felt more like a stranger in my own home. I'd come home from work to find the TV blaring, lights on in every room, and dishes piled in the sink. When I'd ask them to pitch in, they'd act like I was some villain ruining their fun. It was exhausting, and somewhere deep down, a part of me started to wonder if they were right. Maybe I wasn't really part of this family. Then came the moment that tipped everything over the edge. One Saturday afternoon, I was making lunch when Dylan came into the kitchen, grabbed a soda from the fridge, and started heading back upstairs. I asked him to put his dish from breakfast in the dishwasher first. He froze, turned around, and yelled, "You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my real dad." Before I could respond, Emma chimed in from the hallway. "Yeah, you can't make us do anything." The two of them stood there glaring at me like I was some intruder. My hands were shaking and I could feel my face getting hot. But I didn't yell. I just slowly set the spatula down on the counter and looked at both of them. "Okay," I said quietly, my voice calm in a way that surprised even me. "If that's how you feel, then we need to make some changes around here. And in that moment, something inside me shifted. I didn't say anything else that day, but something clicked in my brain. For months, maybe years, I had been tiptoeing around this family, trying to be the cool stepdad, the one who didn't push too hard or make waves. But standing there in the kitchen with Dylan's words hanging in the air, I realized that all my effort had bought me was their contempt. I went through the rest of that afternoon in a haze, cooking lunch, washing dishes, quietly observing everything around me. Laura didn't say much either. She gave me one of those careful looks that said she was worried I was about to overreact. But she didn't step in. And that silence, hers, theirs, felt louder than anything they'd yelled at me. Over the next few days, I started noticing just how much I was doing to keep this house running and how little anyone else seemed to care. Monday morning, Dylan left his wet towel on the bathroom floor again, even after I'd asked him dozens of times to hang it up. Emma left half a bowl of cereal on the counter, milk turning warm like she expected a ghost to clean it. When I got home from work that evening, the sink was overflowing with dirty plates, the dishwasher completely empty. Normally, I would have sighed, rolled up my sleeves, and handled it myself. But this time, I just stood there staring at the mess, feeling this strange mix of frustration and clarity. Why was I bending over backward for two kids who openly told me I wasn't part of their family? When Laura got home, I gently brought it up again. I feel like I'm the only one cleaning up around here, I said. Can we make some kind of chore schedule? It doesn't have to be strict, just something to make sure everyone contributes. Laura gave me that patient, tired smile I'd come to dread. Ryan, you know how teenagers are. If we push too hard, they'll just rebel more. It's easier if I just handle it. Right? I said, trying to keep my tone even. But then it's just me and you doing everything. They live here, too. Her smile faded, and I could tell she was getting defensive. They've been through a lot with the divorce. I don't want to make home feel like a battleground. I didn't push further. There was no point. But that night, lying awake again, I realized I had been living in a battleground all along. Only I was the one taking all the hits while everyone else got to feel comfortable. The next weekend, things really started to shift. Saturday morning, I woke up early, grabbed a coffee, and sat in the living room scrolling through my phone. Dylan came downstairs around 10 o'clock, grunted a hello, and went straight to the Xbox. After about an hour, Emma joined him, flopping onto the couch and leaving a trail of crumbs from the cookies she'd grabbed from the pantry. I asked them to clean up their mess before playing games. Dylan didn't even look at me, just muttered under his breath, "Not my dad." Emma giggled. I felt my jaw tighten, but I didn't raise my voice. "Then you can't use my Xbox," I said calmly, picking up the controller from the coffee table. Dylan's head snapped around so fast I thought he'd hurt himself. "You can't do that," he shouted. "I can, actually," I said, standing up and taking the controllers with me. "You don't want me telling you what to do? Fine, but that means you don't get the things I pay for." He glared at me, fists clenched. "Mom!" he yelled up the stairs. Laura came down, clearly annoyed at being pulled into whatever she thought was a minor squabble. "Ryan, what's going on?" I explained what happened as calmly as I could. Laura sighed and rubbed her temples. "Can we not make this into a huge thing? Just let them play for a bit." I looked at her, feeling that familiar frustration bubble up. "Laura, I bought that console. I pay for the Wi-Fi. I'm not going to let them treat me like I'm nothing and then use all my stuff like I'm their personal bank." For a moment, Laura didn't say anything. Then she quietly asked Dylan to apologize. He muttered something that barely sounded like sorry, but it was enough for her, and she shot me a pleading look. So, I handed the controllers back, but inside I was done. That night, I started thinking about all the little ways I was supporting this family. The streaming services, the grocery runs, the gas I used to drive Dylan to practice and Emma to her friend's house, the school supplies I paid for without a word. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that my entire paycheck was being poured into a home where I was treated like an outsider. And still, the disrespect continued. Sunday morning, I woke up to find Emma had invited two friends over without asking, and they were blasting music in her room. When I knocked on the door and asked them to turn it down, Emma rolled her eyes and said, God, you're so strict. My dad would never care. Something about the way she said my dad made my stomach turn. I had never tried to replace their father. I knew that was a sensitive spot, but the way they wielded it like a weapon, like it gave them a free pass to ignore me, hurt in a way I didn't expect. When their biological dad came to pick them up later that day, I overheard Dylan telling him how lame I was for taking the Xbox controllers. I could feel my blood pressure rising, but I stayed quiet. I just nodded politely at their dad and went back inside. Laura noticed I was quieter than usual that night. You okay? She asked softly as we got ready for bed. I'm just tired, I said. But something's going to have to change, Laura. I can't keep living like this. She frowned, but didn't argue. Maybe she sensed that this wasn't just a bad mood. This was me reaching my limit. The next few days were tense. I started setting small boundaries. No snacks left out. Dishes had to be rinsed before bed. Lights had to be turned off if no one was in the room. Every time I enforced something, Dylan and Emma acted like I was the strictest warden on earth. They started whispering when I walked into the room, glaring at me over dinner, even deliberately leaving bigger messes just to see what I would do. It all built up to one Wednesday evening that changed everything. I came home from work to find a giant mess in the kitchen. Empty pizza boxes, soda cans, chip bags everywhere. The Wi-Fi router light was blinking like crazy, which meant they were online all day gaming and streaming, probably ignoring every responsibility. I stood there in the doorway looking at the chaos, and something in me finally snapped. And that was the night I decided I wasn't going to just ask for respect anymore. I was going to take control of my house back one step at a time. When I stood in the doorway that Wednesday night, staring at the disaster zone my kitchen had become, I felt that familiar tightness in my chest again. The one that meant I was holding back too much, trying to stay calm when every nerve in my body was screaming. But this time, I didn't just clean it up like I always did. I took a slow, deep breath, turned on my heel, and went upstairs. Laura was working late, so it was just me and the kids in the house. I walked to Dylan's door, knocked once, and opened it before he could answer. He was sitting at his desk, headset on, yelling at his friends through the mic as his game blared on the screen. Pause the game, I said, my voice quiet but firm. He glanced over his shoulder, irritation already written on his face. I can't pause. It's online. Then leave, I said. He froze. What? You heard me. Get up. We need to talk. He groaned dramatically, but finally stood, yanking off his headset. Emma peeked out of her room down the hall, already curious. I led Dylan downstairs to the kitchen and gestured at the mess. Did you do this? I asked. He shrugged. Emma and I ordered pizza. So what? So what? Look at this place. This isn't a teenage bedroom. This is the kitchen where we eat. This is everyone's space. Emma had come downstairs by now, standing next to Dylan like his backup singer. Mom doesn't care if we order pizza, she said, crossing her arms. That's not the point, I said, feeling my patience thinning. This is about respect. You two are old enough to clean up after yourselves. I work all day. I pay for this food. I keep the lights on. The least you can do is not leave the house looking like a trash can when I come home. Dylan snorted. Then don't come home if it bothers you so much. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My hands curled into fists at my sides, and for a moment, I just stared at him. Emma looked uncomfortable now, but Dylan was smirking like he'd just won. That's enough, I said. Clean this up. Now, both of you. They muttered and complained, but eventually they started clearing the counter while I stood there watching. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't lecture. I just waited until the last soda can was in the recycling bin, then went upstairs and locked my office door. But that wasn't the betrayal. That came 2 days later. Friday afternoon, I left work early to surprise Laura. I thought maybe we could have a quiet evening together before the kids came back from their after-school activities. When I walked into the house, I immediately noticed something was wrong. My office door was open. I never left it open. My office was my one safe space, the one room in the house that was entirely mine. I kept my important documents there, Tax forms, pay stubs, my passport, even some cash tucked away in a locked drawer for emergencies. When I stepped inside, my stomach dropped. The drawer was open. Papers were scattered across my desk. And the cash, about $300, was gone. I stood there for a long time, just staring, my ears ringing. At first, I thought maybe Laura had needed something and forgot to close it. But then I noticed the faint sound of laughter coming from Dylan's room down the hall. I walked in without knocking. Dylan was sitting on his bed counting bills. Emma was next to him, holding a new pair of headphones, still in the packaging. My voice came out colder than I intended. "Where did you get that money?" They both froze. Dylan's eyes darted toward the desk like he'd been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "None of your business," he said, but his voice wasn't nearly as confident as usual. "It is my business," I said, stepping closer, "because that's my money from my office." Emma looked guilty now. "We just needed it." "For what?" My voice was sharp now, the calmness finally cracking. "That money was for emergencies. You went into my office, went through my things, and stole from me. It's not stealing if it's in the house." Dylan snapped, standing up now, his face red. "This isn't just your house. Mom pays for stuff too." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Are you seriously trying to justify stealing from me because you think this house is half yours? Do you understand how serious this is? You're not my dad." Dylan shouted suddenly, his voice echoing through the hallway. "You can't tell me what to do. You can't take my stuff. You can't punish me. You're nothing." Emma flinched at his words, but didn't say anything. I stood there frozen. Part of me wanted to yell back, to ground him, to call Laura and demand she back me up. But instead, I just looked at Dylan, really looked at him, and saw not a defiant teenager, but a kid who thought he could burn every bridge and still have somewhere soft to land. "You're right," I said, my voice calm again, though my hands were still shaking. "I'm not your dad, and from now on, I won't act like one." Dylan frowned, confused. "What does that mean?" "It means," I said, turning to leave, "that things are about to change around here." I walked back to my office, shut the door, and locked it. I sat down at my desk, staring at the half-empty drawer, and felt something harden inside me. This wasn't just disrespect anymore. This was betrayal. They had crossed a line, and there was no going back. That night, I didn't join them for dinner. I stayed in my office making a list of every single thing I paid for in this house. The Wi-Fi, the streaming subscriptions, the gaming console, the cell phone plan, even the snacks they loved so much. With every item I wrote down, I felt calmer, more focused. By the time Laura got home and asked me what was wrong, I already knew what I was going to do next. That weekend felt like walking through a storm with no umbrella. After the confrontation with Dylan and Emma, the entire house seemed to shift. There was this heavy, brittle silence hanging over everything. Not the peaceful kind, but the type you get before a thunderclap. Dylan avoided me completely, stomping past me in the hallway without saying a word. Emma kept giving me these nervous glances like she knew things had gone too far, but was too scared to pick a side. Laura noticed immediately. Saturday morning, she caught me sitting in the kitchen with my coffee, just staring out the window. "Ryan," she said gently, sitting across from me, "we need to talk about what happened yesterday." I didn't even look at her at first. "Did Dylan tell you?" "He mentioned you were angry about the money." "Angry?" I finally turned to her, and even I was startled at how quiet my voice was. "Laura, they broke into my office. They took cash out of my desk. That's not just kids being careless. That's theft." She winced. "I know, but what?" I asked, my voice sharp enough to make her stop mid-sentence. "Laura, this isn't about being strict or laying down rules. This is about trust. I can't live in a house where my own things aren't safe." She looked down at her hands, twisting them nervously. "I'll talk to them," she said finally. "You should," I replied, "because if this doesn't change, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this." Her head snapped up at that, panic flashing in her eyes. "What are you saying?" I didn't answer right away. I just stood up, poured my cold coffee down the sink, and said, "I'm saying I'm tired, Laura. tired of being treated like I don't belong here. I spent the rest of the weekend in my office, not sulking, but thinking, planning. For the first time since moving into that house, I looked around my office and saw it as more than a place to work. It was my sanctuary, the only room where I had full control. Saturday evening, I heard them laughing downstairs. The sound should have been comforting, but instead it felt like a reminder that they were living in a house I worked so hard to maintain while treating me like an intruder. I stayed upstairs scrolling through old photos on my phone. Vacations I had paid for, birthday dinners I had organized, and realized something painful. In nearly every picture, I was the one holding the camera. I wasn't part of the memory. I was just the guy making sure everyone else had fun. Sunday morning, I woke up early and went for a long drive, no destination in mind. I ended up at a park on the edge of town where I sat on a bench and just breathed. The air was crisp, the grass damp with dew, and for the first time in weeks, I felt my thoughts untangle. I realized I had been living like a guest in my own life. I was always trying to win approval from Dylan, from Emma, even from Laura. And in the process, I had stopped asking myself what I actually wanted. On the drive home, I made a decision. I wasn't going to leave. Not yet. But I was done begging for respect. If they didn't see me as part of this family, then fine. I would stop giving them all the benefits that came with me being in it. That afternoon, I quietly started taking inventory of everything. I made a spreadsheet of all the bills in my name. Internet, Netflix, Disney+, Spotify, the kids' cell phone plan, even the cloud gaming subscription Dylan used almost daily. I calculated how much I spent on gas driving them to activities, how much I spent on their favorite snacks, how much of my paycheck was going toward a house where I felt invisible. The numbers shocked me. Nearly 60% of my monthly income was going toward things that directly benefited Dylan and Emma. And not once had they said thank you. I didn't confront anyone right away. Instead, I started pulling back in small, subtle ways. When Dylan asked me for a ride to a friend's house Monday after school, I told him I couldn't, even though I easily could have rearranged my schedule. Figure it out, I said evenly and went back to my work. When Emma asked me to buy her art supplies for a school project, I told her she'd have to wait until her mom could take her shopping. When Laura suggested ordering takeout that night, I declined and cooked a simple dinner for myself, just enough for one. I left the kitchen clean when I was done, then retreated to my office. By midweek, the atmosphere in the house had changed again. Dylan and Emma were sulking, clearly annoyed that I wasn't jumping to meet their every need. Laura pulled me aside one evening and asked, "Are you punishing them?" "No," I said. "Honestly, I'm just focusing on myself. That's what they want, right? For me to stop acting like a dad? So, I'm giving them what they asked for." Laura didn't know how to respond to that. She just looked at me, worried, and said nothing. But the distance gave me clarity. With each passing day, I felt less like a doormat and more like someone who finally remembered where the boundaries were. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't lecturing. I was simply pulling back all the invisible strings I'd been holding up for years. And that's when I started putting together a real plan. Not just a list of bills, but a strategy to show everyone in that house exactly what I contributed and what life would look like without me quietly carrying all the weight. It wasn't about revenge. At least not at first. It was about survival, about reclaiming my space, my peace of mind, and yes, my dignity. I knew I couldn't spring it all at once. It would be too easy for Laura to dismiss me as being dramatic. No, this had to be slow and deliberate. They had to feel the absence of everything I did before they'd ever appreciate it. And so I started preparing for the day I would pull the plug, literally. The first real sign that my plan was working came a few days later, and it was so small that I almost missed it. Dylan came downstairs one evening, standing awkwardly in the doorway of my office like a cat that wasn't sure if it wanted to come in or not. He said, scratching the back of his neck. "The Wi-Fi's acting weird. It keeps kicking me off." I didn't even look up from my laptop. "That's strange," I said calmly. "I'll look into it later. I'm working right now." I could practically feel the frustration rolling off him as he stomped away. What Dylan didn't know was that it wasn't the Wi-Fi acting weird. I had set the router to block his device for an hour that evening just to see what would happen. It was my first small test, and the results were almost satisfying. That night, I reset the router, but I didn't tell him. I wanted him to connect the dots himself, that the internet he took for granted wasn't some magical utility that appeared out of nowhere. It was something I paid for and controlled. Over the next week, I made more changes, quiet ones. Nothing anyone could accuse me of doing maliciously. I canceled one of the streaming services no one but Dylan used. I removed Emma's profile from the family Spotify account and switched the password on the cloud gaming subscription. The kids were confused at first. "Mom, why isn't Disney Plus working?" Emma asked one evening. Laura glanced at me and I shrugged. "We weren't using it enough to keep paying for it," I said simply, sipping my coffee. It was a small statement, but it had weight. Dylan and Emma exchanged a look, the first flicker of realization that maybe all these things didn't just exist because they wanted them to. At the same time, I was changing in other ways, too. The tension in the house had been eating me alive, but now that I had a plan, I felt oddly lighter. I started going to the gym again after work, something I hadn't done since before I married Laura. I dusted off my guitar and played in the evenings instead of sitting in the living room waiting for the next argument. And slowly, something unexpected happened. I started to feel good again. It wasn't just about taking things away from the kids. It was about reclaiming myself. I realized how much of my own identity had been tied up in trying to be a good stepdad, trying to hold this family together with both hands. And when I stopped doing that, I remembered I had my own life, my own goals, my own needs. The more I invested in myself, the more confident I felt. That confidence started bleeding into how I carried myself around the house. I didn't tiptoe anymore. I didn't apologize for taking up space. If Dylan was sprawled on the couch when I came into the living room, I didn't retreat to my office. I sat down and watched whatever I wanted on TV, remote firmly in hand. At first, Dylan would roll his eyes and leave, muttering something under his breath. But after a few days, he just stayed quiet, scrolling on his phone, clearly irritated, but unwilling to start a fight he might lose. Emma was different. She started hovering around me more, almost like she wasn't sure how to handle the shift. One evening, she even asked, "Why did you cancel Disney Plus?" "Because I was the one paying for it," I said gently, "and I don't think anyone appreciated it." She bit her lip thinking about that. Then, in a small voice, she said, "I did. I just never said it." Caught me off guard. For a moment, I almost dropped my guard completely and told her I'd turn it back on. But I reminded myself this wasn't just about one subscription. This was about teaching them both that respect went hand in hand with the privileges they enjoyed. Meanwhile, Laura was starting to notice the difference in me, too. One night after the kids were in bed, she sat next to me on the couch and said, "You seem different lately, calmer." "I am," I admitted. "I think I finally realized I can't control how anyone else acts. I can only control myself and what I'm willing to accept in this house." She nodded slowly, like she was still processing it. "They've been less mouthy lately," she said. "Whatever you're doing, it might be working." I didn't tell her everything. Not yet. But hearing her say that gave me a strange sense of satisfaction. The balance was shifting. A few days later, I took it a step further. I changed the Wi-Fi password completely. When Dylan tried to connect that evening and couldn't, he came storming downstairs. "The Wi-Fi's down again," he said. "Nope," I said calmly, closing my laptop. "It's working fine for me. I just changed the password." His jaw dropped. "You can't do that." "Sure I can," I said, standing up and looking him straight in the eye. "You told me I'm not your dad, that I can't tell you what to do, so I'm not. But that means I'm also not responsible for making sure you have free internet whenever you want it. You can ask politely, and if I feel respected, maybe I'll share it again." He stared at me, stunned into silence. For the first time since I'd known him, Dylan had no quick comeback. Emma, who had been listening from the hallway, spoke up softly. Can I please have the password?" I looked at her for a long moment. "Thank you for asking politely," I said. "I'll think about it." And just like that, the house felt different again, quieter, more careful. By the end of the week, something remarkable happened. Dylan started cleaning up after himself without being asked. Not perfectly, but enough that I noticed. Emma offered to help me cook dinner one night. Laura, watching all this, finally said, "I don't know what's going on, but keep doing it." Inside, I smiled, because this wasn't just about getting respect anymore. This was about showing them what real accountability looked like. I could feel the power slowly tipping back into my hands, and it felt good. But I knew this was just the beginning. The real turning point was coming. And when it did, I was ready to show everyone exactly what life looked like when I stopped quietly holding everything together. By the time the second week rolled around, the house was running on a new rhythm, one I controlled, even if no one wanted to admit it out loud. For the first time since I'd moved in, I felt like I wasn't constantly on edge, bracing for the next snide comment or eye roll. Instead, I was quietly preparing for something bigger. The moment that solidified my resolve came one Wednesday night when Laura and I were sitting at the table after dinner. Dylan and Emma had gone upstairs, leaving their plates behind. Normally, Laura would sigh and start loading the dishwasher herself, but this time I stayed seated and said, "Don't touch them." She frowned. "What? Leave them there." "They left the mess," I said calmly. "They can come clean it." She hesitated, then nodded, maybe realizing I wasn't going to budge. We waited 15 minutes. Nothing. 20 minutes. Still nothing. Finally, I stood up, went to the bottom of the stairs and called up, "Dishes need to be done before bed." No answer. So I grabbed my phone, walked back into the kitchen, and took pictures of the mess, the plates, the crumbs, the cups, and then sent them to our family group chat with a single message. "This is not my job anymore." Dylan came stomping down the stairs 5 minutes later, glaring at me like I had just insulted him personally. "You seriously sent a picture to the group chat? What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong?" I said evenly. "Is you expecting everyone else to clean up after you?" He muttered under his breath, but he started cleaning. Emma followed silently a few minutes later, grabbing the cups. I didn't smile, didn't thank them, just watched and nodded once when they were done. That was the night I realized something important. I didn't have to yell or argue or plead. All I had to do was be consistent, calm, and firm. That was my power. And with that realization came the idea that pushed my plan into motion. That weekend, I sat down with all my notes, the spreadsheet of expenses, the list of every subscription and bill in my name, and turned it into something visual. I created a chart that showed exactly where my money was going every month. Wi-Fi $90, streaming subscriptions $60, groceries $400, gas $180, cell phone plan $120, and so on. When I was done, I printed it out and pinned it to the corkboard in my office. It was my quiet reminder of just how much I was contributing. Every time I looked at it, I felt a little stronger, a little more certain that what I was doing wasn't petty. It was necessary. I also started researching parental controls on the router and streaming services. It wasn't about spying on them. It was about being ready to shut things down when the time came. I learned I could block individual devices from the Wi-Fi with a single tap on my phone. I could change passwords remotely. I could even set schedules for when the internet was available. I didn't pull the trigger yet, not fully, but just knowing I had that power in my back pocket gave me a strange, quiet confidence. Meanwhile, I started stepping more into my own life outside of the house. I joined a local cycling group that met twice a week after work. I reconnected with an old college friend and grabbed dinner with him one Friday night, something I hadn't done in years. The more I invested in myself, the less desperate I felt for Dylan and Emma's approval. But the real breakthrough came when I discovered something about their dad. It was Saturday morning and I had just finished making coffee when Laura got a call from him. She stepped outside to talk, but the sliding door was open and I could hear enough of the conversation to catch the gist. He was complaining about how expensive everything was getting, child support, school fees, the new shoes Dylan wanted, and suggesting that maybe we could start covering more of the extras. Laura didn't commit to anything, but when she came back inside, I asked, "Does he ever help with the day-to-day stuff like Wi-Fi, streaming, gas money?" She shook her head. "No, that's on us." "Why?" I didn't answer right away, but inside my mind was racing. If their father wasn't contributing to the extras, then everything Dylan and Emma took for granted, the games, the streaming, the cell phones, was coming directly from me. That realization was like gasoline on a fire. I had been simmering with frustration for weeks, but now I saw just how much leverage I really had. I wasn't just the guy paying for the Wi-Fi. I was the person holding together their entire lifestyle. And that meant when I was ready to make my move, it wouldn't just be inconvenient, it would be undeniable. So I started lining everything up. First, I moved the router into my locked office. No more easy access for anyone who wanted to accidentally reset it. Second, I changed every password for every streaming service, every account, every shared subscription, and saved them all in a private document. Third, I quietly called the cell phone provider and had parental control features activated on Dylan and Emma's lines. I didn't use them yet, but just knowing I could turn off data or restrict calls whenever I wanted made me feel like I was holding the keys to the kingdom. And finally, I started tracking every expense for the month down to the dollar so that when the moment came, I could present a clear, irrefutable picture of exactly what I provided and exactly what I was withdrawing. By the end of that week, I felt more in control than I had in months. The resentment was still there, sure, but now it was focused, channeled into action instead of just festering in the back of my mind. One night, as I sat in my office reviewing my notes, I heard Dylan and Emma arguing upstairs. Normally, that sound would have made me tense up, ready to step in and play mediator. This time, I just smiled to myself and kept working because I knew something they didn't. The next time they crossed the line, the next time they decided to test me, I would be ready. And when it happened, there would be no yelling, no begging, no drama. Just a calm, measured response that would shake the entire house. The moment came sooner than I expected. It was a Thursday evening, one of those nights when everyone was home and the house felt just a little too full. I had been upstairs in my office finishing some work when I heard a loud crash from the kitchen. The unmistakable sound of something breaking. I went downstairs and found Dylan standing there holding an empty glass with shards scattered all over the floor. What happened? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. He shrugged, not even trying to look guilty. It slipped. No big deal. Then clean it up, I said simply. He didn't move. It's just a glass. Mom will do it later. I felt the familiar heat rise in my chest. But this time, I didn't let it control me. I just looked at him, let the silence hang for a moment, then turned and walked into my office. I closed the door, sat at my desk, and opened my laptop. My hands were steady as I clicked into the router settings, selected Dylan's and Emma's devices, and blocked them from the Wi-Fi. Then, I pulled out my phone and locked their data plans with a single tap. Within 5 minutes, I heard it start. "Mom, the Wi-Fi's down again," Dylan shouted from upstairs. "It's not working on my phone either," Emma called. I waited. I wanted them to come to me, not Laura. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was a knock on my office door. "What's going on?" Dylan demanded when I opened it. I leaned casually against the door frame, not even pretending to hide the calm satisfaction on my face. "The Wi-Fi is fine. I just turned off access to your devices." His mouth dropped open. "You can't do that." "Yes, I can," I said evenly. "I pay for it, and I'm done paying for things that go unappreciated. Consider this a pause until we can have a real conversation about respect." Emma appeared behind him, looking panicked. "But I have homework. I need the internet." "Then you can sit at the table and use my laptop for an hour," I said. "No phones, no games, no streaming until further notice." Dylan's face turned bright red. "This is insane. You can't just cut us off." "I already did," I said, my voice calm but final. "And this is just the beginning." Before he could argue, I closed the door and went back to my desk. The next hour was chaos. I could hear them stomping around upstairs, muttering to each other, even trying to reset the router, only to discover it was no longer in its usual spot. I sat back in my chair, sipped my coffee, and waited. Eventually, there was another knock, softer this time. "Ryan." It was Emma's voice. I opened the door and found her standing there, arms crossed, but looking smaller than usual. "Can we talk?" she asked. Of course, I said, stepping aside. She came in and sat down in the chair across from my desk. Look, I know we've been kind of awful, but can't you just give us the Wi-Fi back, please? I didn't answer right away. Instead, I turned my laptop around and showed her the spreadsheet I had been working on for weeks, the one that detailed every single expense I covered. Do you see this? I asked quietly. Her eyes scanned the numbers, and I could see the moment she realized just how much I was contributing. Wow, she said softly. I didn't know it was that much. This is what I pay for every single month, I said. Not because I have to, but because I wanted to make this house comfortable for everyone. But when you and Dylan tell me I'm not your real dad, when you treat me like I don't belong here, why should I keep doing all this? She swallowed hard, her eyes darting toward the door as if hoping Dylan would walk in and rescue her from the conversation. But he didn't. I'm sorry, she admitted. Now you know, I said. And until I feel respected, I'm done letting anyone treat me like I'm just some guy living here rent-free. You don't get to have all the privileges without any of the responsibility. She nodded slowly, then left without another word. A half-hour later, Dylan came downstairs, not stomping this time, but walking carefully like he was stepping onto thin ice. Can we talk? He asked, standing in the doorway. Sure, I said, gesturing for him to sit. He didn't sit. He just stood there, hands shoved into his pockets, looking at the floor. I guess I was kind of a jerk, he muttered. Kind of, I said, raising an eyebrow. He sighed. Okay, a lot of a jerk, but turning off the Wi-Fi isn't fair. Neither is stealing from me, I said evenly. Neither is yelling in my face that I'm nothing. You wanted me to stop acting like a parent. Fine, but that means I stop being the person who pays for everything, too. For a long moment, Dylan just stood there silent. Then, to my shock, he said, So, what do you want? I leaned back in my chair. I want respect. I want this house to run like a family, not like a hotel where I'm the unpaid staff. And until that happens, the Wi-Fi, the streaming, even the phone data stays off. You can earn it back, but not by demanding it. He didn't argue, he didn't yell, he just nodded once quietly and left. That night, the house was eerily quiet. No blaring TVs, no shouting from upstairs, no video game sound effects echoing through the walls, just silence. And for the first time in months, I sat in the living room, turned on a show I wanted to watch, and actually felt at peace. But this wasn't over. This was just the first strike, the wake-up call. I knew there would be fallout, and I knew Dylan wasn't done testing me, and that was fine because I was more than ready for whatever came next. The next morning felt different. The house was quiet, almost unnervingly so. Normally, Dylan would be up early gaming before school. Emma would be on her phone scrolling TikTok at the table, and I'd be navigating around their mess while making coffee. Instead, when I walked into the kitchen, both kids were already sitting at the table, backpacks packed, plates neatly stacked next to the sink. They glanced at me, then looked away, as if not sure what version of me they'd get today. Laura came downstairs a few minutes later, clearly picking up on the strange atmosphere. Everything okay? She asked cautiously. I poured my coffee and shrugged. Everything's fine. It wasn't until after school that the real conversation happened. I was sitting in my office when Laura knocked on the door. She didn't wait for me to answer, just came in, closed the door behind her, and sat down across from me. The kids told me about last night, she said carefully. I'm sure they did, I said evenly. They said you cut off the Wi-Fi, the phone data, everything. I did, I confirmed. She took a deep breath. Ryan, don't you think that's a little extreme? I turned my laptop toward her, showing her the spreadsheet I'd shown Emma. Do you see this? This is what I spend every single month. I'm not asking to be their dad, Laura, but I am asking to be treated like more than an ATM with legs. She scanned the screen, her expression softening as she realized just how much was there. I didn't know it was that much. Exactly, I said. No one knew. No one cared. I've been bending over backwards for two kids who openly tell me I don't belong here. I can't live like that anymore. Laura didn't argue. She just nodded slowly like she was finally seeing the whole picture. What do you want to do? I want a family meeting, I said. Tonight. That evening, I called everyone into the living room. Dylan slouched onto the couch, clearly expecting a lecture. Emma sat cross-legged in the chair, quiet but watchful. Laura sat next to me, her hand resting lightly on my knee as if to say, I'm with you on this. I'm going to make this simple, I began. This house does not run on autopilot. Everything you enjoy here, the internet, the snacks, the games, the streaming services, costs money. My money. And until now, I've been giving all of it freely without asking for anything in return but basic respect. Dylan opened his mouth to interrupt, but I held up a hand. Let me finish. He shut his mouth. I'm not here to be the bad guy. I'm not here to replace your dad. But I am here to be an adult who lives in this house. And that means I deserve respect. So here's what's going to happen. From now on, there will be a list of chores. Everyone contributes. No one eats dinner until the kitchen is clean. No one uses the Wi-Fi until homework is done. And if I hear you're not my dad again, everything you see here. I gestured around the room toward the router in my office. The console on the shelf, the television, goes dark. The room was silent for a moment. Emma nodded quickly, maybe relieved that this was all I was asking for. Dylan, on the other hand, looked like he was about to explode. This is so dumb, he muttered finally. I stood up slowly, walked to the router, and unplugged it. The lights went out instantly. You just lost your internet privileges for 48 hours, I said calmly, setting the router on the shelf next to me. We can try this conversation again on Saturday. Dylan's face turned red. You can't just. Yes, I can, I interrupted, because this is not a democracy. This is a house, and I will not be disrespected in it. For a moment, I thought he was going to storm out, but instead, he sank back onto the couch, arms crossed, glaring at the floor. The next 2 days were rough. No Wi-Fi meant no gaming, no streaming, no mindless scrolling. Dylan sulked, Emma kept quiet, and Laura seemed almost relieved to have the house peaceful for once. On Saturday afternoon, Dylan knocked on my office door. When I opened it, he looked different. Not angry, just tired. Can we talk? He asked quietly. I gestured for him to sit. I'm sorry, he said, the words slow but sincere. For everything. For saying you're not part of the family. For taking the money. I was mad. Okay? But you're right. You do a lot. I didn't see it before. For a long moment, I just looked at him. This was the same kid who had once stood in my kitchen and told me I was nothing. And now he was sitting here apologizing. I appreciate that, I said finally. And I accept your apology. But Dylan, respect isn't a one-time thing. It's a choice you make every day. You want the Wi-Fi back? You want the privileges? Then show me that you mean this. He nodded. Okay. When I turned the Wi-Fi back on later that night, it felt different. Not like I was restoring something they had a right to, but like I was granting something they had earned. Over the next few weeks, the change stuck. Dylan started cleaning up without being asked. Emma would thank me when I cooked dinner. Even Laura seemed lighter, like the constant tension had finally broken. And one night, as we all sat in the living room watching a movie, the first time we'd done that together in months, Dylan glanced over at me and said almost casually, "Thanks for putting this on." It wasn't much, just a simple acknowledgement. But for me, it was everything. Because for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like a stranger in my own home. I felt like part of a family. And as I leaned back on the couch watching them laugh at the screen, I thought to myself, this is how it should have been all along. Then I smiled. Not a bitter smile, not a forced one, but a real one, and whispered under my breath, "Welcome to my house." And this time, no one argued. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Alex. I'm 27. And if you had told me a year ago that one day I'd be lying on my kitchen floor gasping for air while my own mother accused me of faking it, I probably would have laughed and said you'd been watching too many bad soap operas. But here we are. It all started in the middle of an ordinary Saturday afternoon. I was home for the weekend visiting my mom's house for what was supposed to be a family day. My mom, Sandra, has never been what you'd call warm and nurturing. Growing up, she had two settings, cold and critical. If I got an A in school, she'd ask why it wasn't an A+. If I landed a job, she'd ask why it wasn't a better one. And if I ever got sick or hurt, she'd tell me to toughen up. To her, illness was weakness, and weakness was something to be mocked. My Aunt Denise is my mom's younger sister and a permanent fixture at the house whenever there's a gathering. She's the kind of person who thrives on gossip and finds joy in pointing out other people's flaws, especially mine. She's the fun aunt to my cousins. But when it comes to me, she's got a sarcastic comment for every breath I take. The dynamic between the two of them has always been like some twisted comedy duo, my mom as the lead critic, my aunt as the snarky sidekick. That day, the house was buzzing with noise. My cousins were in the living room playing video games. My mom was in the kitchen barking orders about setting the table, and my aunt was sipping wine, acting like the queen of the place. I'd been feeling a bit off since morning, lightheaded, a strange pressure in my chest. But I didn't want to be dramatic. Growing up in that environment trains you to swallow complaints before they ever leave your mouth. While I was helping carry a box of drinks from the garage, the sensation in my chest tightened. It was like someone had hooked a bungee cord around my ribs and started pulling. I put the box down slowly, trying not to make a scene. My vision blurred for a second, and when I reached for the counter to steady myself, my hand missed and I ended up on my knees. The sound of a glass clinking against the counter made me realize my mom had walked in. "Oh, for crying out loud," she said as if I had just spilled juice on the carpet. "Cut the act, Alex. I'm not falling for whatever this is." I tried to respond to tell her I couldn't breathe right, but the words wouldn't come out. My chest felt heavy, my throat was dry, and panic started to bubble up. That's when my aunt stepped in from the dining room, eyes already rolling. "Pathetic," she said with a little laugh. "Anything to skip chores, huh? What's next? Faking a broken leg because you don't want to carry plates?" They stood there staring at me like I was putting on some ridiculous show. My mom actually crossed her arms and shook her head, and my aunt smirked like she was enjoying the performance. I could hear my cousins in the other room laughing at something on the TV, completely unaware that I was barely holding on. I wanted to scream that this wasn't an act, that something was seriously wrong. But my breath came in shallow gasps. I remember clutching the floor with one hand and trying to wave at them with the other, hoping they'd realize this wasn't fake. But their faces didn't change, just that mix of irritation and amusement. The next thing I knew, my mom was telling me to get up and stop embarrassing myself because we had guests coming over soon. She even muttered something about how dramatic I'd been since I was a kid. My aunt laughed again and said, "If you're going to fake it, at least commit to the bit." I don't know how much time passed before my vision tunneled completely, but when I opened my eyes again, I was in the back seat of my mom's car. Apparently, she decided to take me to urgent care after my aunt convinced her that maybe it's an anxiety thing and they'll give him something to calm down. They hadn't even called an ambulance, just loaded me into the car like I was a stubborn teenager refusing to go to school. At the clinic, I was barely able to stand when we walked in. The nurse at the front desk took one look at me and called for someone in the back. Within a minute, I was in a wheelchair being rushed into an exam room. That's when the doctor came in, glanced at me, and started asking rapid-fire questions. How long I'd been feeling this way, whether I had any pre-existing conditions. I tried to answer, but every word felt like it cost me air I couldn't spare. Then they ran the scan, and I'll never forget the look on the doctor's face when the results popped up on the monitor. His whole expression dropped, and he turned to the nurse with this urgent tone I'd only ever heard in movies. "Prep for emergency surgery. Now." My mom froze, my aunt stopped smirking, and I, despite the fog in my head, felt this strange mix of fear and vindication. For the first time in years, they weren't laughing. And that was just the beginning of what would become the breaking point in my relationship with my family. The next few hours were a blur of bright lights, masked faces, and the metallic smell of antiseptic. I remember the sting of N4 being put in and the rush of a gurney down a hallway, my head bouncing slightly with each turn. At some point, The doctor explained that there was an internal blockage causing severe complications, life-threatening if not addressed immediately. I caught the words close call and dangerous rupture, but the rest faded into a haze as the anesthesia pulled me under. When I woke up, it was in the hospital recovery ward. My throat was dry, my body heavy, but the pain was dulled, replaced with an unfamiliar stillness. I turned my head and saw my mom sitting in the corner, scrolling through her phone. My aunt was beside her, whispering something that made them both smirk. "Oh, look who's finally awake," my mom said, her voice flat. "You gave us quite a scare. The whole day got thrown off schedule." Thrown off schedule? Like my almost dying was an inconvenient hiccup in her weekend plans. "Yeah," my aunt added, leaning forward. "Your little stunt meant we had to cancel the dinner plans." Everyone was disappointed. I stared at them, trying to process if they were being serious. "Stunt," I croaked, my voice rough. My aunt shrugged. "Well, you know what I mean. You've always had a flair for the dramatic." The room was quiet for a moment, except for the steady beep of the heart monitor. My mom sighed and stood up. "Anyway, the doctor said you'll be fine now, but you really need to work on not letting things get this bad. If you had told us you were feeling unwell earlier, maybe it wouldn't have come to this." It was as if the whole part where they ignored me while I was gasping for air didn't happen. They'd rewritten the story in their heads already, casting me as the one who'd caused the trouble by not speaking up enough. Over the next 2 days, while I was still hooked up to IVs and under observation, their visits were inconsistent. My mom came by twice a day, mostly to drop off some clothes or ask the nurses how soon I'd be discharged. My aunt came less often, but when she did, she brought her favorite pastime: snide commentary. One afternoon, I overheard her talking to my mom in the hallway. "You know, Sandra, maybe if Alex had taken better care of himself, we wouldn't be here. He's always been a bit fragile. Not like your other two." My other two. She meant my younger siblings, Jake and Emily, the golden children. Jake, the charismatic extrovert who never seemed to do wrong, and Emily, the perfect student with the spotless social media feed. My mom doted on them in ways I'd never experienced. If Jake so much as sneezed, she'd rush to his side with soup. If Emily had a stressful week at school, my mom would rearrange her whole schedule to help her decompress. But when it comes to me, any problem I had was either self-inflicted or exaggerated. I lay there listening, the sting of their words sharper than anything the four-needle had done to me. When Jake and Emily finally visited, it was almost worse. Emily gave me a polite hug, the kind you'd give a distant acquaintance, and asked, "So, how bad was it? Really?" Jake didn't even sit down, just stood at the foot of the bed with his hands in his pockets. "Mom says you're fine now. That's good." She was really stressed. Stressed. That word sat in my chest like a stone. My mother had been stressed because I almost died, but not in the way you'd think. She was stressed because she'd had to rearrange her weekend, cancel her plans, and deal with doctors instead of dinner guests. On the third night, while I was dozing off, I woke to hear my mom on the phone. She was laughing softly. No, he's okay now. Honestly, I think he just doesn't take care of himself. You know how he is, always in his own little world." The doctors made it sound dramatic, but I think it was blown out of proportion. I closed my eyes, my heart rate picking up. They downplayed everything. Even after the surgeon had told them how close I'd been to a fatal rupture, they twisted it into a narrative where I was careless and they were the ones inconvenienced. When I was discharged, there was no warmth, no sense of relief in their goodbyes. Just get some rest from my mom and don't milk it too much from my aunt. We drove back to my mom's house in silence, the hum of the car engine the only sound. The next week was supposed to be about recovery, but at home, it became a constant drip of passive-aggressive remarks and little reminders that I'd scared everyone. My mom assigned me small chores to keep me moving despite the doctor's instructions to rest. My aunt dropped by unannounced, bringing up my hospital stay in that mocking tone, as though it were some over-the-top story I'd made up. The worst was the family dinner the following Friday. I'd barely been home a few days, still tired and sore, when my mom insisted I join. I sat quietly at the table, pushing food around my plate while everyone chatted. At one point, my aunt smirked and said, "Careful, Alex. Don't choke. Your mom might not believe you this time." The table erupted in laughter. Jake slapped the table. Emily hid her giggle behind her hand. My mom just smiled like it was a harmless joke. I excused myself, my chest tight, not from the surgery, but from the sheer weight of knowing they saw my near-death experience as nothing more than a punchline. That was the moment something shifted in me. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I decided right then that this dynamic was going to change. I was done playing the quiet, overlooked one who swallowed the hurt. I was done letting them define my story. They had no idea that my recovery time wasn't just going to be about healing. It was going to be about planning. And the first step was to keep my head down and let them think I was back to normal. Because if they thought I was the same Alex they'd always dismissed, they were in for a surprise. Recovery at my mom's house was never really recovery. It was walking on eggshells while being poked with a stick. I kept my head down, doing the light chores she assigned, even though the doctor had warned me to take it easy. I nodded along when my aunt stopped by to check in, but really just wanted to mine more jokes out of my hospital stay. On the surface, I let them think their version of the story had stuck, that I'd been careless, overdramatic, and that they'd been the ones dealing with the fallout. Inside, though, I was watching, listening, filing things away. About 2 weeks after I was discharged, I started to feel strong enough to walk into town. The air was crisp, and for the first time since the surgery, I felt like I could breathe without that ghost of heaviness in my chest. I almost convinced myself that maybe things would just settle, that maybe this could be a turning point where my family would at the very least stop making me the butt of every joke. That illusion lasted exactly 3 days. It started on a Thursday night. I came back from a short walk to find my mom and Jake at the kitchen table, both staring at something on my laptop. My laptop, which I'd left in my room, password protected. The lid was open, my files scattered across the screen. "What are you doing?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. My mom didn't even flinch. "We needed to check something." Jake smirked without looking up. "You should really use stronger passwords." I stepped forward, heart pounding. "That's my personal stuff. You can't just—" "We're family." My mom interrupted as if that was an all-access pass to my private life. "Besides, you've been so secretive lately. I thought maybe you were hiding something we should know about." The pit in my stomach deepened. "What exactly are you looking for?" She clicked on a folder. "My financial documents. Pay stubs, invoices, bank records." "You've been doing better than you let on," she said, her voice cool and almost accusing. I froze. "Look at this," she continued, tilting the screen toward Jake. "No wonder he can afford to take time off work after surgery. He's been sitting on savings." Jake let out a low whistle. "Wow, and here I thought you were barely scraping by." My mom's tone shifted into that familiar mix of condescension and control. "You should have told me. I could have helped you manage it. You're not exactly known for making smart financial decisions." I stepped forward, closing the laptop gently but firmly. "That's none of your business." But it was too late. The damage was done. I could see the wheels turning in her head. My financial privacy had been blown wide open. And the fact that she'd seen those numbers meant she'd start calculating ways to involve herself. The next day proved me right. Over breakfast, she casually mentioned that Emily was looking at graduate programs and might need some help covering tuition. "You've got that money just sitting there," she said. "It would be nice if you contributed to something meaningful for the family." I almost laughed, but the sound caught in my throat. "You're suggesting I pay for Emily's school?" "It's not a suggestion," she said, sipping her coffee. "It's what family does for each other." Jake jumped in. "Yeah, man. You don't have a mortgage or kids. You can afford it." I stared at them, stunned. "You do realize I just had major surgery, right? I might have follow-up expenses. Recovery time. That's all behind you now." My mom cut in, her tone final. It was surreal. Not only had they invaded my privacy, but now they were positioning my savings as some kind of family resource they had the right to redistribute. Over the next few days, it escalated. Emily called me all sweetness and light, thanking me in advance for considering helping with her tuition. When I told her I hadn't agreed to anything, she acted hurt like I'd broken some unspoken promise. "I just thought you'd want to invest in my future," she said, her voice dripping with practiced innocence. By Sunday, the ask had transformed into an expectation. My mom had already told Emily to go ahead and start application fees because Alex is going to help. Jake was dropping hints about how nice it was that I was finally stepping up for the family. My aunt, of course, joined in from the sidelines, remarking how mature I'd become now that I was giving back. Giving back as if I'd been taking from them my whole life instead of the other way around. But the real betrayal came that Monday morning. I logged into my bank account to check a scheduled bill payment, only to see a large transfer had already been made. Several thousand to Emily. The note on the transaction read, "Tuition start." I stared at the screen, my pulse thudding in my ears. I hadn't made the transfer. I hadn't even given Emily my account details. That meant someone in the house had done it while I'd been recovering under their roof. And I knew exactly who. When I confronted my mom, she didn't even try to deny it. "I used the information from those documents on your laptop," she said, as if explaining where she'd found a spare key. "You weren't going to say yes, and this is important. You'll thank me later." Something in me snapped. It wasn't just the money. It was the casual way she admitted it. The complete disregard for my boundaries, the entitlement so deep it didn't even register as wrong in her mind. That was the moment I stopped thinking about whether I should push back and started thinking about how. Because now it wasn't just about getting my money back. It was about making sure they understood for the first time in their lives that I wasn't theirs to control. And I was going to make sure they never forgot it. The morning after I discovered the transfer, I sat in my room, staring at the ceiling, feeling like the walls had closed in on me. The air in my mother's house suddenly felt heavier, almost suffocating. Every creak in the hallway reminded me that someone here, my own family, had gone through my private documents, stolen from me, and justified it as if they were doing me a favor. The money wasn't just spare change sitting in my account. It was years of careful saving, late nights freelancing after my day job, cutting back on little luxuries, turning down trips with friends so I could stay on track. That account wasn't a vault for the family to dip into. It was my safety net, my proof that I could survive on my own without having to crawl back to them. And now a huge chunk of it was gone, funneled into Emily's future without my consent. That day, I stayed in my room with the door closed. I skipped lunch. I heard my mom knocking once, then her voice. "You can mope if you want, but the decision's made." No apology, not even an acknowledgement that she'd crossed the line. When I finally dragged myself out of bed in the evening, my body still ached from the surgery. I made my way to the kitchen to get a glass of water and found my aunt at the table with a glass of wine. She looked me over, smirked and said, "You should feel proud. Not everyone gets to send someone to grad school." I didn't respond. I didn't have the energy. I just went back to my room, shut the door, and sat in the dark. That night was the first time I truly understood what it meant to feel powerless. My mom had access to my personal life, my finances, my living space. I was still recovering physically, which meant I couldn't just pack a bag and leave without risking my health. I had nowhere else lined up to go. My lease had ended before the surgery, and I'd moved in temporarily, thinking it would be a safe place to heal. Now I realized I'd walked into the lion's den without a way out. The days that followed blurred together. The passive-aggressive comments didn't stop. My mom talked about Emily's bright future over dinner like it was a family victory. Jake made jokes about how I was the quiet investor. My aunt kept dropping in with lines like, "Don't worry, you'll bounce back," unless you're planning to make another scene like in the kitchen that day. Each remark chipped away at me, but I started noticing something. The more I stayed quiet, the more they thought I was resigned to my role in all this. They mistook my silence for surrender. That's when a thought began to take root. I couldn't confront them head-on. Not yet. I wasn't strong enough physically, and they'd just turn it into another overreaction to mock. But if I could bide my time, keep my head down while quietly preparing, I could make sure that when I did move, it wouldn't just be to get out. It would be to make sure they could never pull something like this again. I started small. I changed my online banking password from my phone. I opened a separate account at a different bank, transferring what remained of my savings into it. I began keeping important documents zipped inside my duffel bag instead of in the desk drawer. I even started storing small amounts of cash in a sealed envelope in the lining of my jacket just in case I needed to leave in a hurry. At the same time, I began making mental notes of things I'd overhear. My mom bragging to a neighbor about managing the household finances. My aunt joking about knowing where all the bodies are buried. Jake mentioning that Emily's program still needed another semester's worth of funding. These weren't just idle words. They were threads I could pull when the time came. But even as I was setting the stage, the weight of what had happened didn't lift. There were moments late at night when the house was quiet that I'd lie awake and wonder if maybe they were right. Maybe I'd been foolish for keeping my savings a secret. Maybe it was my fault for leaving my laptop out. That's the thing about years of manipulation. You start to question whether you deserve the mistreatment. It was during one of those nights staring at the faint glow of the street light outside my window that I realized something. They counted on me doubting myself. They thrived on it. Every sarcastic jab, every rewriting of events, every time they turned my pain into a joke. It was all designed to keep me in place. And that was exactly why I had to get out. The problem was, leaving quietly wasn't enough. If I slipped away, they'd just rewrite this too. Tell everyone I'd been ungrateful, selfish, unreliable. I knew my mother well enough to know she'd paint herself as the victim, the selfless parent who took in her difficult child only to be abandoned. No, when I left, it had to be on my terms. And it had to make an impact, which meant I had to endure a little longer. Play the part. Let them think they still had the upper hand. Because when the moment came, I wasn't just walking away. I was taking something with me, and I already knew exactly where to start. In the weeks that followed, I slipped into a routine that on the surface looked like compliance. I did the chores my mom asked, showed up for the forced family dinners, even managed the occasional polite laugh when my aunt made her little hospital performance jokes. It was easier to let them believe I'd accepted my place in their hierarchy, quiet, passive, willing to be molded, than to give them any hint of what I was really doing. What they didn't see were the hours I spent late at night, propped up in bed with my laptop, quietly laying the groundwork for my escape and my comeback. I started taking on remote freelance projects again. Small ones at first to ease back into the workload while my body still healed, then bigger ones. By the third week, I had a steady flow of income, more than enough to start replenishing what had been stolen. This time, every payment went straight into my new bank account, the one no one in that house knew existed. I also started reaching out to old contacts, former clients, colleagues, even a few friends I hadn't talked to in years. At first, it was just casual conversation, catching up, but slowly, I steered the talk toward opportunities. One friend in particular, Mark, mentioned that the small media company he worked for was looking for someone with my skill set. It was remote, well-paid, and offered flexible hours. Within a week, I'd interviewed and been offered the position. I didn't tell my family about the job. As far as they knew, I was still recovering and taking it easy with no real income. It was a strategic choice. The less they knew, the more they underestimated me. And I needed them to underestimate me if my eventual exit and payback was going to land the way I intended. Meanwhile, I started making quiet investments in myself. I bought a new phone and kept it locked with biometric security, something they couldn't bypass even if they tried. I purchased a fireproof lockbox and stored it in my duffel bag, keeping my passport, important papers, and a few high-value electronics inside. I began tracking every penny I spent and saved, watching the numbers climb steadily upward again. The best part was that my health was improving faster than I'd expected. The doctor cleared me for light exercise, and I took full advantage. I started walking every morning before the rest of the house woke up. By week 4, I was jogging short distances. My energy returned, my mind sharpened, and the fog I'd been living in since before the surgery began to lift. It was like I was reclaiming pieces of myself one by one, pieces they didn't even know I had left. They still tried to control the narrative. My mom bragged to neighbors about how she was taking care of me while I got back on my feet. My aunt would wink and say things like, "Don't worry, will keep you from blowing through your savings again. As though they'd done me some great financial service. Jake and Emily seemed to think I was just quietly licking my wounds, waiting for my next family contribution. And honestly, I let them think all of it. I smiled when my mom talked about me being so much calmer now. I shrugged off Jake's comments about how nice it is you're staying home more. I even pretended to take my aunt's advice on budgeting because the more they thought I was tame, the less they'd suspect I was building an entirely new life right under their noses. A month and a half after the surgery, I signed the lease on a small but modern apartment in a part of town they never visited. It wasn't much, but it was mine. Paid for with my own money. Furnished with a mix of things I'd kept in storage and a few carefully chosen new pieces. I didn't move in right away. Instead, I kept paying rent on it while still staying at my mom's house, making trips there under the guise of meeting friends. In reality, I was stocking the kitchen, setting up my workspace, and making it fully livable before the day I officially disappeared from their home. During this time, I also started gathering information, not in a malicious, digging through their trash way, but in the way you do when you're preparing for a chess match. I noticed my mom kept all her important documents in an unlocked filing cabinet in her bedroom. I learned from overhearing Jake that he'd been bragging about a side hustle that didn't sound entirely legal. My aunt, after a couple of glasses of wine one night, let slip that she'd been claiming certain family expenses on her taxes. Expenses that were in reality personal luxuries. I didn't act on any of it right away, but I kept it all stored neatly in my mind, knowing there might come a time when those details would be useful. With each passing week, I felt less like the cornered, powerless version of myself they'd grown comfortable with, and more like the person I'd been before years of family manipulation wore me down. Except stronger, smarter. I wasn't just regaining control, I was quietly gaining leverage. They had no idea that the helpless patient eating dinner at their table was now running a steady income stream, had his own apartment ready, and was sitting on a growing list of the kind of family secrets that could shift the power dynamic forever. And then, just as everything was lining up, they gave me the perfect opportunity to put my plan into motion. It came in the form of a family announcement, one they thought would pull me deeper into their web. But all it did was open the door for my revenge to begin. It was a Sunday afternoon when the family announcement happened. I was sitting at the dining table with my laptop open, pretending to browse for freelance work while actually reviewing my bank transfers for the month. My mom walked in with that particular kind of smile she gets when she's about to tell you something that's less an update and more a declaration of how your life is going to be involved, whether you like it or not. "Family meeting," she said, clapping her hands lightly. Jake and Emily wandered in from the living room, my aunt trailing behind them with her ever-present wine glass. I closed my laptop and sat back, masking my suspicion with a neutral face. Emily was the one who started. "So, I got accepted into my top graduate program." She beamed like a bride, revealing her engagement ring. "It's in the city. 2 years. Amazing faculty. This is huge for me." I smiled politely. "Congratulations." She nodded graciously, then glanced at my mom, who took over. "Here's the thing. Emily's tuition is higher than we thought. Plus, she'll need to live close to campus. The program is intense, so she can't work much while she's in it. That means we're going to need to pitch in as a family to make it happen." I already knew where this was going. I kept my expression blank. "And by we, you mean me?" My mom tilted her head as if she couldn't believe I'd be so blunt. "Well, you're in a good position right now. You're not tied down with kids or a mortgage. It's just logical." Jake leaned in with a smirk. "Think of it as an investment. Emily gets her degree, makes more money later, and maybe she helps you out in return." My aunt chimed in. "Besides, you've been doing so well lately, haven't you? You seem comfortable." They didn't know how right they were, but for all the wrong reasons. I had the means now, yes, but not to fund Emily's dream. That money was earmarked for something far more important. Freedom and payback. "Let's not decide anything today," I said evenly. "I'll think about it." What I didn't say was that I'd already decided, and it wasn't going to be what they wanted. The conversation, however, gave me a piece of information that shifted everything. Emily's program required her to move into the city in just a few months, which meant there would be leases, deposits, contracts, things that required credit checks, bank transfers, and financial records. If my mother had been willing to steal from me once to get her way, there was no reason she wouldn't try to meddle again, especially if she thought she could smooth the process for Emily by using my information or resources without permission. I needed to make sure that, by the time those months rolled around, any attempt to touch my finances would backfire spectacularly. So I started laying the groundwork. First, I scheduled a quiet meeting with my bank manager. I explained in calm, measured tones that I had reason to believe a family member might try to access my accounts without my consent. The manager was sympathetic and suggested adding multiple layers of security, new PINs, verbal passcodes, and a flag on the account requiring in-person verification for any large transfers. I also opened a high-security savings account that couldn't be accessed online at all, only in person with ID and biometric confirmation. Second, I began gathering every shred of documentation I could find about my finances, my work contracts, and my new apartment lease. These went into the fireproof lockbox along with my passport and personal electronics. The lockbox itself went into my apartment, not in my room at my mom's house, so there was nothing physical they could rifle through even if they tried. Third, I quietly spoke to a lawyer, not about suing them yet, but about understanding my options if they ever tried something like the unauthorized transfer again. The lawyer gave me advice on documenting interactions, securing proof, and setting up alerts on my credit to catch any attempts at fraud. But the most important move came from a different angle entirely. A week after the family meeting, I got a call from Mark at the media company I'd started working with. He was impressed with my work and wanted to offer me a bigger role, managing a small team of freelancers. It would mean more money but also more flexibility. And here's the kicker. It would occasionally require me to host client meetings or small events in the city. That was my in. By accepting the role, I now had a legitimate reason to be in the city regularly and to be in spaces my family never saw. It meant I could slowly move more of my belongings to the apartment without suspicion. It also gave me access to a broader network of people outside of my family's reach who could be allies if I needed them. With each passing week, my position grew stronger. My income was steady, my resources secure, my exit strategy nearly complete. And best of all, my family still thought I was floating along, dependent on their goodwill. The day they realized how wrong they were was getting closer. And when it came, it wouldn't just be a quiet exit. It would be a clean break, so sharp they'd never be able to stitch the narrative back together in their favor. And without realizing it, they just handed me the final tool I needed to make that happen. The timing had to be perfect. Too early and they'd find a way to twist it. Too late and I risked them getting their hands on something else of mine. I decided that the moment to strike would be right before Emily's big move to the city for grad school. That was when they'd be most distracted, most financially stretched, and least able to react without showing their true colors to outsiders. The weeks leading up to it, I played my part flawlessly. I offered to help Emily research apartments. I sat through family dinners where my mom dropped hints about how generous Alex is going to be. I even went with Emily to tour a couple of places, letting her think I might co-sign something for her. All the while, I was quietly setting up the pieces for what would look to them like a spontaneous collapse, but would actually be the final move in a long game. Step 1 was removing any direct access they had to my personal or financial information. I'd already locked down my bank accounts and moved my documents. But I went a step further. I changed my phone number and set up a P.O. box in the city. Every important contact, bank, employer, lawyer, got my new number and address. My mom and the rest of them still had the old number, which I was now using only as a decoy. Step 2 was controlling the narrative. I quietly reached out to a few extended family members, people my mom loved to brag to, but who didn't know the full picture. I told them in a careful, measured way about my upcoming move for work and how I was sad to be leaving my mom's place so soon after she took care of me. The phrasing was deliberate. It made me sound grateful while planting the idea that I'd been independent in the decision. Step 3 was setting the trap. A week before Emily's move, my mom brought up the financial contribution again over dinner, saying, "We'll need to transfer the first few months of rent next Monday." She said it casually as if it were a foregone conclusion. That was exactly what I'd been waiting for. On Sunday evening, I went to my apartment in the city, bringing the last of my belongings from storage. I set up my workspace, stocked the fridge, and left a spare key with a trusted friend nearby. By the time I returned to my mom's that night, the only things left in my old room were a couple of boxes filled with cheap, replaceable items. Monday morning, right on schedule. My mom knocked on my door with her laptop. "All right, let's get that transfer done." I sat up in bed, stretching lazily. "About that, I can't." Her eyebrows knitted together. "What do you mean you can't? You agreed to this." "I never agreed," I said calmly. "And even if I wanted to, you wouldn't be able to touch my accounts anymore. They're secured." Her face darkened, but before she could speak, I added, "Also, I'm moving out today." The silence in the room was so sharp it was almost comical. "What?" she snapped. I stood up, pulled my phone from my pocket, and showed her the lease agreement on the screen. "I've had a place in the city for 2 months, fully furnished, paid for in advance. I start a new position this week, and I won't need anything from you." My aunt, who had been lingering in the hallway with her morning coffee, let out a sharp laugh. "So, you've been hiding this all this time?" "Yep," I said, slipping on my jacket. "And before you start telling people I abandoned you, I've already spoken to Aunt Linda, Uncle Rob, and a few others about how grateful I am for the time here. They'll know exactly how I tell it." My mom's lips pressed into a thin line. "After everything we've done for you," I cut her off with a small, satisfied smile. "After everything you've taken from me, you mean?" I let that hang in the air just long enough before adding, "By the way, the bank is aware of the unauthorized transfer you made last time. If anything like that happens again, they're prepared to take legal action." Her eyes widened, and for once, she had no quick retort. I grabbed my duffel bag, the one with nothing but cheap filler items, and walked past them both. At the front door, I paused. "Oh, and Emily? I hope you've got your rent sorted. You'll need it sooner than you think." The beauty of it was that I didn't have to touch her move directly. Because of my quiet work behind the scenes, the moment my mom tried to use my info for her lease, the system would block her and flag her attempt. Emily would be left scrambling, and there'd be no way to pin it on me without revealing exactly what my mom had done. By the time they figured it all out, I'd be long gone, living in my own place, working my new job, surrounded by people who actually respected me, and they'd be left with nothing but each other and the knowledge that they'd underestimated me for the last time. 2 weeks after I walked out of my mother's house, I got the first call. It was Emily. I let it go to voicemail, partly because I was in a meeting, but mostly because I already had a good idea what it was about. When I checked the message later, her voice was tight, almost panicked. "Alex, they're saying I can't sign the lease because the co-signer's credit check failed. Mom said she used your info. What did you do?" I didn't respond. The next day, my aunt tried. This time, it was less panic and more fury. "So, this is your big revenge, huh? Making your sister homeless." I deleted the voicemail without even listening to the rest. The third call came from my mom herself, and I picked up, not to explain, but because I wanted to hear it in her voice. She didn't waste time. "You've made things very difficult for Emily. She's had to settle for a tiny place miles from campus, and now she's behind on applications because of the delay." I kept my tone even. "You made things difficult for yourself. You touched my accounts without permission twice. Actions have consequences." She tried to recover, her voice softening in that manipulative way she'd always used when she wanted to reel me back in. "We're family, Alex. We should be helping each other." I almost laughed. "Funny, that's exactly what I did. Helped you understand boundaries." There was a long pause on her end before she said, "People will think you're cruel." I smiled to myself. "Only if you tell them the whole story, and we both know you won't." I hung up before she could answer. Word traveled quickly through the extended family, but thanks to the conversations I'd had before leaving, most people already saw me as the independent one striking out on my own. The version my mom and aunt tried to spread, painting me as ungrateful, didn't gain much traction. In fact, a few relatives reached out to tell me they admired how I'd gotten out on my own terms. Meanwhile, I settled into my apartment fully. My work with the media company thrived. Within months, I had doubled my client list and started mentoring newer freelancers. My health was the best it had been in years, my savings growing steadily in an account no one could touch. I still saw my family occasionally at larger gatherings where avoiding them completely would have raised eyebrows. But the dynamic had shifted. They no longer made jokes about the hospital or treated me like the perpetual underdog. They kept their distance, their smiles just a bit too tight, their conversations with me short and surface level, and that was exactly how I wanted it. The final nail came at a cousin's wedding 6 months later. I arrived in a tailored suit, confident, with a few colleagues-turned-friends in tow. My mom approached, clearly about to launch into small talk when Emily walked up behind her. I caught a glimpse of the bitterness in Emily's eyes before she looked away. "How's school?" I asked lightly. "It's fine," she muttered. "Just a lot of commuting." I gave her a warm, polite smile. "Well, I'm glad you figured it out." Then I excused myself and went back to my table, leaving them standing there. As I sat down, I felt the tension loosen in my chest. I had my life, my independence, my dignity. They had their gossip, their grudges, and their empty seats at the tables they thought they could control. For years, they'd laughed when I was on the floor, gasping for air. Now I was the one standing tall while they were left choking on their own pride. Now on to the next story. Story 7. I'm James, 32. And for most of my adult life, I've been the dependable sibling. You know, the one always there to help move furniture. Always picking up the check when mom accidentally forgets her wallet. Always called when the printer breaks or when someone needs to borrow a car. I never really minded. I had a good job in project management, lived modestly, and figured if I could help my family, why wouldn't I? That logic didn't prepare me for my sister Caroline's wedding. Caroline is 29, the golden child of the family. She has this way of making herself the center of any room. Loud laugh, perfect makeup, endless stream of compliments for strangers that somehow sound like subtle digs. Growing up, I always felt like the supporting cast in her spotlight. But again, I never really minded. We were different. I was quiet, practical. She was loud, spontaneous. It worked until it didn't. The wedding planning started 6 months ago, and from the beginning, it was chaos. Caroline had champagne tastes and a boxed wine budget. The kind of person who says, "Oh, I saw this on Pinterest," and then tries to recreate a $40,000 floral arch with grocery store flowers and masking tape. I stayed out of it at first, but when mom called me one night, panic in her voice, saying they needed someone just to help with the deposits, I caved. The first $2,000 was for the venue, then $1,200 for catering, then $900 for custom invitations. Before I knew it, I had transferred over $13,000 in payments, all from my account, all under my name, because Caroline's new business was still in the growth phase, and our parents' retirement fund had mysteriously evaporated into backyard renovations and emergency cruises. Caroline always promised she'd pay me back as soon as the Etsy shop takes off, which is rich considering she's sold exactly 3 tie-dyed yoga mats since she launched it in January. Still, I didn't complain. I figured it's family. That was until the wedding invitations went out. I found out I wasn't invited when my coworker Rachel mentioned receiving one. Rachel, a woman Caroline had met exactly once for 15 minutes when I brought her as my +1 to a family brunch. I laughed at first, thinking it was a mix-up. Maybe my invitation got lost in the mail. Maybe they were planning something special. So I called Mom. Her voice was tight when she picked up. "James, honey, we just figured you'd be too busy to come. You're always working, right?" I was stunned. Not angry, yet just genuinely confused. Too busy to come to my own sister's wedding. I paid for half of it. There was a pause. Then she said something that would replay in my head for weeks. "It's Caroline's day." We didn't want any tension. I didn't even know how to respond to that. I wasn't the one causing tension. I hadn't even raised my voice about the money, the disorganization, or the dozen times Caroline pushed meetings onto my calendar to help her brainstorm reception themes. I hung up, silent. Then 2 days later, it got worse. I opened the family group chat, One that I had mostly muted because it was filled with 94% Caroline selfies and 6% passive-aggressive reminders from Mom, and saw a new message from Caroline. A photo of her holding her wedding dress captioned, "Can't believe it's almost here." Underneath, a text followed, "Let's be real. It's better without his vibe." I stared at it for a long time. No one responded to it. Not Mom, not Dad, not my cousin Nate, who I knew owed me $300. No one said a word. I don't even think they realized I'd seen it. That was the moment the numbness cracked. I wasn't hurt. I was done. I didn't reply. I didn't call. Instead, I pulled out a folder I kept in my desk drawer. Copies of every payment I'd made, every invoice in my name, every contract that still had my signature as the guarantor. I didn't even realize how deep I was until I saw it all laid out. A $13,500 wedding I'd helped bankroll. A photographer contract I'd co-signed. A catering deposit that was under my business account because they couldn't get approved. That night, I poured myself a drink and sat down with my laptop. I didn't touch the group chat. I didn't say a word to Caroline. I just opened my banking app and froze the pending transfer for the remaining $3,000 catering balance. Then I called the vendors one by one with a calm, detached tone I didn't know I had in me. "Hi, yes, this is James. I'm the primary on the agreement. I'd like to cancel the reservation due to a breach of agreement." The florist hesitated but agreed. The band seemed relieved. The tent rental guy was sympathetic, said something about family always expecting too much. I didn't need validation, but hearing that made something in my chest unclench. It was the sign that pushed me into my final act. The night before the wedding, I drove by the venue. I'd been there for the planning meetings, another thing they conveniently forgot to thank me for. The welcome sign was already up. "Caroline and Mason forever begins today." It was surrounded by fairy lights and flowers. I parked across the street, walked over with my hood up, and carefully peeled the corner of the wooden welcome sign up just enough to press one small sticky note onto the back. Just one sentence. "Fund it yourself." Then I walked away. By the time I got back home, my phone had begun lighting up. First, it was Mom's 6 missed calls. Then, "Caroline, what did you do?" Then, a text from the venue manager, confused why the tent hadn't arrived. I didn't answer any of them. I just closed my laptop, turned off my ringer, and finally got a full night's sleep. But that was only the beginning. The next morning, I made pancakes. That probably sounds strange, but there was something therapeutic about it. I hadn't cooked a real breakfast for myself in weeks. Too many late nights spent fixing Caroline's vendor spreadsheets. Too many early mornings getting dragged into emergency planning calls. That morning, I let the butter brown a little too long, sipped my coffee slowly, and watched the sun come up without a single obligation breathing down my neck. By 10:17 a.m., my phone had 42 missed calls. Caroline was the first to crack. She called me 3 times, then left a voicemail that I'll never delete. Her voice started syrupy sweet, like she was trying to pretend everything was normal. But halfway through, she snapped. "James, hey, there's some kind of issue with the catering. And the sound system guy said the deposit bounced. I don't know what's going on, but this is my wedding day. Can you just fix it?" A pause. Then the voice changed. "I know you're mad, but this is really selfish. You're ruining it for everyone just because you didn't get invited. Grow up. It's not always about you." She hung up without waiting for a reply. I didn't bother calling back. Instead, I watched the clock tick. Noon. That was around the time the first guests would be arriving at the venue. By 12:30, I got a text from Rachel, the coworker I'd mentioned, the one who somehow got an invite when I didn't. "Hey, are you here? Everyone's kind of standing around. There's no music, no food. I think something's wrong." I replied with just 3 words. "Not my problem." At 1:03 p.m., the dam broke. Mom texted first. Her message was less words, more emotional damage. "What did you do? Do you have any idea what this day means to your sister?" Yes, I did. I knew exactly what it meant to her. A performance, a spotlight, a day to feed her ego while she trampled over everyone who'd helped her get there. The wedding wasn't a celebration of love. It was a marketing opportunity for her influencer fantasy, and I'd bankrolled the dress rehearsal for long enough. The next few texts were a frantic montage of digital shouting. The florist says they're not coming. Did you cancel the DJ too? Mason's family is furious. Everyone's asking questions. Where are you? I turned off my phone. I already knew how this would play out. Caroline would cry, maybe even faint. Mom would blame me, not once acknowledging the fact that they deliberately excluded me. Dad, if he even showed up, he tends to disappear when things get heated, would make some vague, let's not assign blame right now type of speech while sipping his fourth gin and tonic. And Mason, I didn't care about Mason. He once told me NFTs were the future of healthcare. He'd be fine. But I had one last move. You see, in the chaos of planning and Caroline being, well, Caroline, she hadn't realized something important. The venue itself was under my name, not hers, not our parents', mine. Because when the deposit needed to be submitted and her credit card declined, the venue manager had asked for someone more stable. I'd been dumb enough to say yes at the time. Now, I saw it as insurance. At 1:47 p.m., I called the venue manager. Hi, Angela. It's James. A long pause. Oh, I was wondering when you'd call. I just wanted to confirm that the contract's canceled. There's no event today. Another pause. I could hear the murmur of voices behind her, like she'd stepped away from a crowd. I thought the event planner said everything was still happening. I kept my voice even. There is no planner. There is no event. It's in writing. You'll be receiving a revised termination form by this evening. Until then, please ask all staff to pause operations. She hesitated. James, they're already here. There's like 100 guests walking around. Then I suggest you ask Caroline how she plans to pay for all of it, because the card on file isn't mine anymore. I hung up. After that, I packed a weekend bag, grabbed my keys, and drove 2 hours up the coast to a quiet little Airbnb I'd rented the night before. It had an ocean view, blackout curtains, and a stocked kitchen. No wedding drama, no entitled texts, just me. At some point that afternoon, while I was sipping a beer on the balcony, I checked my email out of pure curiosity. There were already 3 messages forwarded from the venue manager, all with the same subject line. Urgent. Outstanding balance. By sunset, someone, probably Mason's dad, had tried calling from a blocked number. Then finally, at 7:08 p.m., I got a message from my cousin Nate. Dude, what happened? She's losing her mind. People brought gifts and there's no dinner, no music. She just screamed at the wedding cake guy and he walked out. Then a follow-up. I think someone just threw up in the bushes. I smiled. Not out of cruelty. Not because I wanted the day to fall apart for no reason, but because for the first time in years, I wasn't the background character cleaning up everyone else's mess. I wasn't the wallet. I wasn't the pushover. I was the guy who finally said, enough. And just when I thought the chaos had peaked, someone knocked on my Airbnb door. It was almost 8 p.m. by then. The sky had gone that deep navy blue you only get near the coast, and the waves outside my window crashed with rhythmic calm. I just finished heating up some leftover pasta and was halfway through pouring myself a second glass of wine when I heard it. Knock, knock, 3 times. Not loud, not angry, but insistent, like someone who wanted to seem composed but couldn't quite hide the edge of desperation. I froze. There was no way. No one, not even my closest friends, knew I was here. I hadn't posted, hadn't told anyone. I booked the Airbnb under a nickname I sometimes used for privacy. But that knock was real, and the silence after it, louder than any scream. For a moment I considered not answering. Let whoever it was stand out there and stew in the consequences of whatever brought them this far. But curiosity got the better of me. I walked slowly to the door and peered through the peephole. Caroline. Her makeup was still on, but smudged. The kind of smudge you get from crying in public and trying to fix it in the reflection of a locked car window. Her once perfectly styled hair was pinned haphazardly behind her ears, and her white reception dress, because of course she had a second outfit planned, was wrinkled, the hem streaked with what looked like mud or maybe spilled champagne. She looked like a ghost of the woman who'd spammed our family group chat with vision board screenshots for 6 months. I opened the door, but only halfway. She blinked at me like she didn't believe I was real. "You're really here." I didn't move. "How'd you find me?" "Rachel." Of course. Rachel had been kind enough to ask if I was coming the day before. I told her I wasn't. Told her I needed some quiet. Apparently, she thought she was doing the right thing by giving Caroline my location. I didn't blame her. Not really. Caroline looked past me into the Airbnb, then back at me. "Can I come in?" "No." She blinked again, taken aback. Caroline wasn't used to being denied. She was used to manipulating her way into what she wanted, always with a laugh, a fake apology, or a crocodile tear. But I just stood there, unmoved. She crossed her arms and shifted her weight to one foot. "Look, I know you're mad, you think, but this is my wedding. James, do you have any idea what you did?" People flew in. The whole thing was falling apart, and I didn't know what was happening. The florist just didn't show up. The DJ said he got a cancellation call, but wouldn't refund us. And the caterer said the contract was canceled. And God, it was like sabotage. I leaned against the door frame. Calm, quiet. "You mean it felt like someone pulled the plug on everything you didn't pay for?" Her jaw tightened. "Don't be dramatic." I almost laughed. Don't be dramatic from the woman who'd once faked a fainting spell because someone wore a similar dress to hers at a graduation party. Instead, I said nothing. She huffed. "You could have just talked to me. Instead, you blindsided me. You ruined my wedding." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so I was supposed to fund it, organize half of it, get left off the guest list, then keep smiling through it? You were never supposed to find out," she blurted. That stunned me. Her eyes went wide, realizing what she'd said. But it was too late. "You knew I wasn't invited?" I asked, my voice low now. "You knew, and you didn't stop it." Caroline backpedaled instantly. "It was Mom's idea. She thought it would just cause drama if you were there. You always make things tense." "Tense?" I cut in. "You mean I make things tense by not letting you walk all over me? Or by not faking a smile when I'm insulted in the family group chat?" That landed. Her shoulders sagged a little. She looked out toward the ocean. I wanted the day to be perfect." "You mean curated?" Silence stretched between us, the air thick with everything she wouldn't say. She'd always wanted her life to look like something out of a magazine. Every moment staged, every photo ready to post. The problem was she saw people, family, as props in that fantasy. "I spent 13.5 grand, Caroline," I finally said. "Money I didn't owe, time I didn't have, energy I'll never get back. And I didn't even ask for credit. Just a seat. One seat." Caroline swallowed hard. And for a second, I saw something unfamiliar flicker across her face. Regret. Maybe even shame. But it was gone just as quickly. "I'll pay you back," she said weakly. I gave her a look that must have said everything. We both knew she couldn't. Not now. Maybe not ever. And that wasn't even the point. "I don't want your money," I said. "I want distance." That hit her harder than anything else. Her mouth opened slightly like she was about to protest, but no sound came out. I let the silence sit. Finally, she took a step back. "So that's it? You're cutting me off." "I'm not cutting you off. I'm just done holding you up." Then I shut the door softly. No drama, no slam, just finality. I stood there for a long moment, my hands still on the knob, listening to the quiet. No footsteps. No knock. Just the ocean rolling outside like none of this had ever happened. She didn't knock again. I waited maybe 2 minutes after I closed the door, just standing there, my heart beating fast. Not from regret, but from release. You spend years keeping the peace, brushing off insults, swallowing disrespect, and you forget what it feels like to set a boundary and hold it. That door was more than a slab of wood. It was the first time in my life I told my sister no and meant it. I watched through the blinds as she stood in the driveway. Her arms were crossed now, her head down, pacing in a little circle like she was deciding whether to come back and try again. She didn't. After a minute, she got in a silver SUV, Mason's dad's car. I recognized it and drove off. No screeching tires, no dramatic exit, just a slow, defeated departure down the coast road. I went back inside, poured myself the wine I'd abandoned, and collapsed on the couch. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt free. But freedom, as I learned quickly, doesn't always come quietly. That night, I turned my phone back on. Not because I wanted to talk to anyone, but because I wanted to see the extent of the damage. What I found was a digital avalanche of blame, guilt, and spin. Mom had messaged 10 times in a row, each one more pointed than the last. You humiliated your sister. This will scar her for life. You've embarrassed the family. If your father's blood pressure spikes again, that's on you. Do you even care about anyone but yourself? I rolled my eyes. Then I checked Facebook. Caroline had posted a carefully filtered black and white photo of her and Mason, cropped to hide the empty reception tent and the fact that half the guests had left early. The caption read, "Sometimes plans fall apart, but love always wins. Thank you to the friends and family who supported us today. To those who didn't, we see you too." The comments were exactly what you'd expect. "So sorry, babe. You looked stunning." / "Can't believe someone would sabotage such a beautiful day." / "Some people are just bitter. Let the haters hate. You still got the ring, queen." It was clear she was trying to control the narrative. I was the villain now. The bitter, jealous older brother who couldn't handle not being the center of attention, who bailed last minute and left everyone stranded. I didn't respond. Not yet. Instead, I spent the next week quietly gathering receipts, email threads, bank statements, screenshots of every deposit, vendor contracts with my name and signature, the canceled transfer confirmations, even the text from Caroline saying it was better without my vibe. I compiled everything into a PDF titled The Real Story and let it sit on my desktop. I wasn't planning to post it. I didn't need to win the internet, but I wasn't about to let my name get dragged through the mud either. Then I got a call from my dad. We hadn't spoken much in years. He was the kind of man who believed silence was wisdom and apathy was strength. But that day he called and I answered. His voice was tired, not angry, just tired. "Son, can we talk?" I didn't say no. We met at a local diner, neutral territory. He looked older than I remembered, thinner, like the years of playing referee between my mother and Caroline had drained the life out of him. We sat at a corner booth. He didn't even open the menu. "I won't pretend to understand what happened," he said. "But your mother is upset. Caroline's a mess. This thing, it's tearing the family apart." I sipped my coffee. It was already torn. I just stopped patching it up. He sighed. "Your sister said you ruined the wedding." I handed him a flash drive across the table. "Here, that's every invoice I paid. Every contract I signed. Every service I canceled after I saw I wasn't invited." He didn't reach for it, just stared at it like it was a live grenade. I added, "And you know what the worst part is? I didn't even want recognition. I just wanted to be treated like family, like a person, not a tool." He finally looked up, and for once there was no defense in his eyes, just weariness. "You're not wrong. But it's going to take time to fix." I nodded. "That's assuming I even want to." He didn't argue, just took the flash drive, nodded once, and left. 2 days later, my phone rang again. Unknown number. I ignored it. Then I got a voicemail. It was Mason. "Hey man, I know we don't know each other well, but I just wanted to say, I didn't know she'd cut you from the invite list. I thought you just didn't show. I would have said something if I'd known. Honestly, I'm sorry. We're still dealing with the mess. Some vendors are threatening legal action. Her dad's furious. I don't know, man. Yeah, sorry." I didn't call him back, but I appreciated it slightly. Later that night, I got a message from Rachel. "So, I heard the real story. That was legendary. Everyone's whispering about it at work. Someone even called it Weddingeddon." I laughed. First time I had in days. The whispers continued. Apparently, one of the caterers posted a vague tweet about clients canceling last minute after treating their own family like garbage. It went mildly viral. A few people pieced things together. Caroline tried to delete her Facebook post. By the following week, she'd gone quiet online. Then Mom called. I didn't answer. Then she emailed. A long, rambling wall of text about family being complicated and everyone making mistakes, and how could you let your sister suffer like that? That's when I decided to respond. Not with anger, not with spite, just clarity. I wrote, "For years I gave without asking for anything. I paid bills, solved problems, and showed up when no one else did. And in return, I was excluded from the one event I helped make possible. That's not family. That's exploitation. You want to mend things? Start by taking responsibility. Until then, I'm out." I hit send, blocked her number, blocked Caroline's, changed the password to the family Netflix account, just for the symbolism of it. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've moved to a new city, smaller place, quieter, started freelancing instead of grinding out 60-hour work weeks, took a vacation alone. For the first time in my life, I'm building things for me. Caroline still owes money to 3 vendors. The wedding photographer kept the photos until they finished payment, which they didn't. So Caroline's only wedding picture is that smudged Instagram post with the guilt trip caption. Word got around the extended family. A few of them reached out to say they had no idea. I believed some of them, others not so much. As for my parents, they haven't visited, haven't apologized. That's fine. I'm not angry anymore. I'm just done. Sometimes people don't realize the value of what you give until you stop giving it. And sometimes walking away isn't the dramatic act of vengeance they imagine. It's just a quiet return to peace. And trust me, peace is the best revenge there is. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.